recording going here. Looks good. Can I see myself on Twitch? There I am. All right. All right, we are live. Don't see any viewers yet. Probably a couple. We'll just hang out a bit here quick. No proper introduction once I see the number go up. It's possible that your account number just may never go up too. That's the reality. Oh, Retro MMO's there. Morning. Good morning, Retro. Evan. Hey, I saw your message on Discord. Sounds like Twitch is using the wrong mic. That's very possible. Let's see here. Boom. Retro MMO. Yeah, I'm way starstruck about the Jonathan Blow thing. That's awesome, dude. Yeah, that was great. I wish I was tuning in that. I probably would have had. Wait a minute, was I? Because I was watching some of him this week and some of you at some point later last week. I could have been there. I could have just missed it. Okay, microphone, USB audio device, default device. That is totally wrong. Makes me want to rewatch Indie Game the movie. Yeah, I saw that a long time ago, probably back when that first came out, like 2012 or whatever, 2013. I'd like to watch that again. So you said, sounds like Twitch is using the wrong mic. Does it still sound weird? You know what I think happened? I installed NVIDIA RTX Voice. Yeah, overall mic quality is a lot lower than usual. Is my gain way down? Hello? 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 Man, I hope that... All right. OBS. Hang on, I'm just checking my OBS levels. Test. Okay. The OBS levels look normally like what they look like. Let me just listen to myself quick. How about that? Because it could be something with the... Hello, hello, hello. Okay, that sounds good. It's not a hardware thing. And I'm seeing the levels. Yeah, I don't know why Windows is showing this microphone USB audio device. It shouldn't be. Everything should be through the Focusrite. Okay. Yeah, this is good. Yeah, I was screwing around with, well, I installed NVIDIA RTX Voice the other day, and that was I uninstalled it because it was annoying and it kept screwing with my stuff. And I'm thinking maybe that's screwing with everything right now. So according to OBS, stuff looks okay. Let's see here. Mic box. Default.
Just make sure that's focused right. Okay. Is it still bad right now? I just made sure. I just forced OBS. Fixed. Okay, sweet. Yeah, OBS was using the default, the Windows default. So I just forced it to use my nice audio interface. And I'm worried that this USB thing that I'm seeing here, or this USB thing, has something to do with that NVIDIA RTX voice. Or it's possible that once I uninstall that, it just screwed up the defaults. So then once I change that. Anyway, don't really want to talk about that kind of stuff right now. But no, seriously, that was sweet. Jonathan Blow hanging out. That's awesome. Congrats on that, Retro. Evan, aka Retro. All right. Well, I think we're going to get started here now. Well, welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to terrible JavaScript game development. We're working on my game that is still currently has the working title of TraceRacer, which I'm going to have to change because the game doesn't really have anything to do with tracing anymore. It used to, but not really anymore. So I did a little bit of work actually off stream. I had kind of a crazy end of the week / weekend with some family and birthdays and people hanging out and everything, which is good, but I haven't really thought about the game for a few days, so I'm kind of diving back in. So I did do something off stream the other day, and I fixed the colors. So for those of you who have, been around before, you might recall that a lot of times the colors of the bubbles would just be so close because I was doing basically just random red, green, blue values for the colors of the bubbles, right? Just a random red, a random green, a random blue color value. So a lot of times bubbles that you would see right on screen right here might just, because it's random, they might just happen to end up with very similar colors, and that's very difficult to kind of play. So if you take a look now, you'll see that the colors, while maybe they're not perfect, at least are no longer very similar to one another. Like, so as I just kind of play here, we're not getting any like color collisions anymore. So it's like very clear what the colors are. That is if you're not colorblind. So yeah, so I'm happy about that because it actually makes the game a little more fun. Like there was kind of a and I had my wife playing before I fixed the colors, and she was getting pretty frustrated with the colors. She's like, "You got to fix that. That should be your number one priority." So so yeah, I was always kind of pushing it off because it wasn't like that big of an issue, like I could still play the game enough to test it and work on other stuff. So I never really took the time to think about how to really solve the color issue. But I did over the end of the past week. And yeah, I mean, I just demonstrated there for you. I'm pretty happy with it. I think for our initial version of it, I think it's plenty good. There might be a little bit of tweaking to do. But basically, what I ended up doing, so normally we talk about colors in RGB. We kind of encode pixel colors in RGB format, right? That's just kind of that's how you actually, that's, I think, what your monitor ends up using, at the end. So you have to send from your computer, you have to send a pixel in an RGB format, right? So it's got a certain amount of red color, it's got a certain amount of green color, and a certain amount of blue color, right? So I was just taking the easy way, the easy road to generate random colors. Just pick a random red value, random green value, random blue value. And that's, 80% of the time it was fine just for screwing around with the game. But what I decided to do was look at HSL/HSV color, which is like another way to think about color, another way to encode color, I guess. So the way that works is it uses like a color wheel. And where is there a good picture of that? No, I don't think so. Well, so basically it uses a color value. So I ended up, or what did I do? I did hue, saturation, lightness. I did HSL, not HSV. So basically both of them, hue is kind of the color that you want, right? And then saturation and lightness sort of specify like how much color, how vivid is that color with the saturation, how saturated is the color, right? Or how light or dark it is, right? So you've got these three values. So instead of an RGB value, you have a hue value, saturation, and lightness. And the hue is actually kind of unique because it's basically just you use a circle. It's just a circle, and you pick the degrees that you want. So there's got to be like a nice little, yeah, there we go. You can probably see that. So the hue in either HSL or HSV color is just, and maybe those of you tuning in, you know what HSL, HSV are, whatever. It's okay. Pretend you're dumb and you don't know, because I'm dumb. So basically you're picking a degree, you're picking an angle, so some sort of degree. So if you pick 0 degrees, you're fully red, right? 60 degrees yellow, and so on. So you're basically just picking your hue as some sort of angle in this wheel, in the circle, the color circle, which is really nice, because what I ended up doing is basically, so the way I have the game currently working, you can have up to 7 bubbles on screen at once. So if you almost make it to a checkpoint, but then screw up, we can have 7 bubbles on screen at once. So that kind of meant that I needed to have 7 colors that weren't similar, right? And if you kind of look here, you might kind of already be able to kind of figure out what I'm doing just by how these colors look different. So what I'm doing is taking the number of bubbles that could possibly be visible on screen. Retro had to BRB abruptly. No idea what I missed. Well, no worries. I was just explaining that I fixed the color problem. So the random color problem. So yeah, I don't know if you saw that, Retro, but as I play, you should see here that, the colors are not too similar. There might be a little bit of tweaking we can do, but there's no more just purely random colors. So what I've ended up doing now is I've been using now HSL color format. So I was explaining kind of the color wheel aspect of that, because HSL is hue, saturation, value. So your hue is simply the angle of the color, and maybe you know this, Evan. I'm explaining it kind of generically for maybe anybody who, if my grandma's tuning in, maybe she'll learn something about HSL color, Okay. So basically what I'm doing, well, let me go back and explain what I said here before about currently the way the game works. With 4 bubbles per checkpoint, you can have up to 7 bubbles on screen at once. So that means I have to have 7 bubbles that don't have a color collision, right? That don't have colors that are too similar that you could confuse, right? I want them to all be pretty distinct. And these are all pretty clear, I would say. I mean, maybe if you're colorblind, that's a whole nother level, whole nother thing I'd need to think about. But basically what I'm doing is I'm just taking that number. So I know I have 7 bubbles that can appear on screen at once, right? And then I'm dividing like 360 degrees by 7. And then that gives me, 7 equally spaced colors, basically. So then I can have like this perfectly evenly spaced 7 colors that could possibly, how am I trying to say this? 7 colors that have kind of the maximum amount of distance between them. Evan, I'm colorblind, LOL. How bad? Like really bad, or? So you look at the color wheel here and you're like, it's just shades of, it's just grayscale. Pretty standard red-green color blindness, I guess. Okay. Gotcha. Yeah, so the color blindedness thing will be something I have to potentially address at some point. It's not too bad. I could play this game no problem. Oh, okay. Well, that's good. That's good. Yeah, and my brother's got a little bit of color blindedness, and he played, and I think he'd be fine at this point, at the where it is right now, the colors. So yeah, so for however many colors bubbles we have on screen, could potentially have on screen, we're then dividing. Whoops, I didn't want to do that. I didn't want to do that either. Too many. Okay, there we go. So you can kind of see, like, here's the blue bubble. Here's kind of the purplish blue bubble. Here's the red bubble. Here's kind of the magenta bubble. Here's an orange bubble. Here's like the yellow. That's a really dark yellow-y bubble. And then a green one, right? So you can kind of see just right here the colors kind of spaced out along this along the color wheel. So like I was saying, basically where's the code to do this? Marathon creator. Okay. So I basically, I mean, I straight up just copied and pasted the code out of Wikipedia. Not exactly, but Wikipedia has sort of the way to convert from HSL to RGB. So let me find that. Yeah, to RGB, right? So HSL to RGB. So basically my code here, this is our bubble generation function, our create bubble. So I did basically this right here is to do the color in this style. So I'm pick a random saturation value. So saturation is specified from, where is that? Does it say it here? Lightness value of 0 or 1. Okay. It shows it somewhere because, well, so I'm using HSL, right? So you've got a certain amount of saturation, which I believe goes from, I believe these both go from 0 to 1. And lightness is a number from 0 to 1, if I'm not mistaken. I believe they're both from 0 to 1. So your hue is simply a angle, an angle in your color wheel. And then your saturation is some number from 0 to 1. And then your lightness is some number from 0 to 1, right? So I kind of wanted my colors to be a little more in the more saturated. I don't want them to obviously be gray. That would be bad. So I have colors kind of more in the saturation space here of, yeah, I think okay, so I'm doing a random number between 0.5 and 1 for the saturation. So that's what this S is here. So I'm doing math at random times 0.5 plus 0.5. So I'm picking a random saturation value here. And then lightness, I believe, let's see what we're doing here. Oh, I'm doing some little weird stuff to kind of space things out a bit. So let's see, this is, if we've got an even number ID for a bubble, then we pick a point, we use a 0.25 value, so a dark bubble. So I think that's what gives us kind of like every other bubble's a little dark. And this is something I might tweak because I feel like there's a lot of dark bubbles. So I might end up changing that, but we'll see. But then, yeah, I think we're ending up with, otherwise it does a 0.5. So if you've got an even number bubble, then it picks 0.25, so like a slightly darker color. So this kind of makes it so that every other color is like slightly darker than the other one. So the value ends up being 0.5 is right in the, oh, you know what? 0.5 might be max. Value might be a number from 0 to 0.5. So it might be 0 at the bottom to be black and 0.5 at the top to be, that must be what it is. And then I'm picking a 0.25 value, which is right at where that arrow is. Or I should say this is, sorry, hue, saturation, lightness is what I'm doing. So, yeah. Oh, no, never mind. Because lightness, if you have this is 1 to 0. So this is from 0 to 1 here. So I am 0.5. I was looking at HSV here, which I didn't want to be looking at. That's why I was confused. So 0.5 of lightness value is kind of like your most vivid color point, right, in the lightness space. Otherwise, you get closer to white if you go up in lightness, or you get closer to black as you go down in lightness. So yeah. So some of that stuff we might tweak. We might tweak a bit on stream, but otherwise I'm pretty happy with the way it is for right now. And I'm always going to have the desire to just tweak things into infinity, but I got to fight that urge. So here I'm generating our random hue value. So if it's our starting hue value, right? So this is some of the code I'd like to clean up a bit. That's the first thing we'll do today. So right now I'm just kind of explaining what I did because I did this off stream. And I did it kind of just quick and dirty, like going through here. So I want to clean some of this up first thing on the stream today. And then I've got a few other things I would like to take care of. So if we have the first bubble, so if ID equals 0, so this is the first if we have a first bubble, then we pick a random hue value, which is basically a random angle in our 360-degree circle, right? So my starting color is just some random number from 0 to 360, right? So it's just going to pick a random starting color. And then what I end up doing is, or I calculate I have a step variable here, which is like the next color you're supposed to use, right? So the algorithm is basically just going to go around. It's going to pick a random value for the first bubble and then just go around in our like sevenths, right? Now I actually have it, I do this one little weird thing here where I'm actually, so this is our random step value, right? So we're dividing 360 by the number of possible bubbles we could have on screen. That's what this comes out to. So it's 7 in the current configuration of the game. So it'll divide 360 by 7 and get you that angle to perfectly do sevenths. But what I do is this extra little thing here where I didn't want it to be perfect sevenths, because if it's perfect sevenths, it's just going to end up hitting the same colors every time as you go around. And I didn't know if that would look weird or not, or like just kind of look a little, I don't know. So what I ended up doing, I didn't want there to be some sort of predictability about it. Like we're still doing the random S and L saturation and lightness values here. So we're getting that, but what I ended up doing is multiplying that number. So here we calculate a perfect 1/7 of 360. But what I ended up doing is multiplying it by 0.9. So I'm like just scaling it down like 10%. So that way it like, you know, so if we did perfect red, or let's just take this exact example here. So we've got what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 colors. So let's just pretend 6 colors, or 6 bubbles was the max amount you could have on screen at once. So if you did that, this number, this step variable would come out to 360 divided by 6. This thing would calculate out to 6. And then you would, let's say your first starting value is 0. So you'd end up doing 0, then your step value would be 60. And then you'd start with 0 as red, so your first bubble would be red. Then your next bubble would be 60 degrees, so yellow. Next bubble would be that plus 60, so green, 120, and so on and so forth, right? And you'd end up just looping perfectly around this for all the bubbles in the game. So I didn't exactly want that, because you'd end up with just these like perfect, you'd end up with a perfectly red, perfectly yellow, perfectly green. Ecton Dev, good morning, everyone. Good morning, Ecton. How are you doing this fine morning? So I didn't want this like perfectly same colors to appear every bubble. And I think even if I change this to 1 or 1.0 or just remove this whole multiplier altogether, we might see that predictability unfold itself there. Ecton, just sipping my first cup of coffee. How are you? I'm good. Good, thanks. That first sip is pretty good, isn't it? Are you on the you're on the West Coast? I think I heard that somewhere else. Maybe on Retro's stream or something, that you're a West Coast guy. Yeah, Vegas area. Gotcha. Iciliani L. Yo. Hey, thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. What's going on? Thanks for hanging out. Vegas area. Ecton, it must be nice and warm in the Vegas area still. All right, so actually I think I'm gonna try this right now. We're gonna remove this 0.9. That's not how you do it. Whoops. Ciliani, highlight my message. Enjoy. YouTube.watch something. I don't typically pull stuff up on stream. Ciliani. Oh, some music. Gotcha. Gotcha. Thanks for the music, Ciliani. I won't play any music on stream just because I don't really want to deal with that. I might at some point play my own music because I make my own music, but we'll see about that. You're welcome. Okay, it's cool. Yeah, don't be offended. But thanks for throwing it my way anyway. Ekton Dev, it's great this time of year. Mid 80s in the afternoon, 60s and 70s in the mornings and evenings. I'd go for that. It's 34 degrees right now where I'm at. That's Wisconsin for you. I'm just hunkered down in my basement trying to stay warm here. The heat is running. You may hear that running from time to time in the background. Hang on one second here. Oh, okay. All right, I'm back. Yeah, I've heard Wisconsin is pretty intense. Yeah, it is, to say the least. I mean, this time of year we could have like snow. I mean, it's 34 right now, so we're right on that cusp. But yeah, you could have snow one day and like 60 degrees the next day. Last Christmas Day, I was out just like in a long sleeve tee, just kind of walking around. It was like 45 maybe out, so 50 degrees maybe. But it could also be negative 20 on Christmas Day too, so you never know. All right, so what I just did was I just wanted to test this out as kind of to prove a point. Because I think, you know what, this really doesn't make that much of a difference. Oops. Yeah, actually, I am kind of picking up a little repeating pattern here. Maybe not. Well, so what I was just explaining here was I'm explaining why I did this little 0.9 thing here, right? Because we pick a random hue value for the first bubble. And then instead of dividing, so we could have 7 bubbles on screen at once, right? So that means we cannot have a color collision from those 7 bubbles to each other, right? It's like here we've got 7 bubbles on screen. So I have to have all of these be distinct colors. And if in this example here, I was explaining if, let's just say it was 6 instead. So let's say our first random hue we picked happened to be 0. So if we calculate this step, which would end up being 360 divided by 6, so we'd get 60 degrees. And if we like looped and generated all the bubbles, we'd have a perfect red for the first bubble, a perfect 60-degree yellow for the second bubble, then this value, this value, this value, this value, this. And we just keep looping perfectly from these same things every time. So I added in this little times 0.9 thing to just like scale that degree, that angle back 10%. So red, instead of being, or red, so let's say red was 0, and then instead of 60, it would be, 6 less than that. So it'd be 52 degrees, right? 52. And then that would be plus another 52. You know what? Oh, no. That's right. That's what I wanted. So then we scale this back 10%. So instead of just going 0, 60, 120, 180, 240, 300, and then we come right back immediately to 0 again, because we'd have 300 degrees plus another 60 degrees, which would put us 360 degrees and 0 degrees are the same thing. So then we'd end up looping over these same exact hue values every single time. And I didn't want that. I wanted these to kind of shift a little bit over time, because I was a little afraid that it might end up being too similar or kind of predictable. You know, if you pop a lot of bubbles, it might just look too similar. So I added that 0.9 in there. So then instead of, in this example where we're doing 60 degrees to show us going around the wheel here, it's times 0.9. So 60 times 0.9 would be 52, right? 54. No, 54. I'm not good at math. So 54 degrees. So then from red, we'd go 54 degrees this way. So we'd be like a little slightly less. And then another 54 degrees, then another 54 degrees, then another 54 degrees, another 54 degrees, another 54 degrees. And then we're off. So now our red doesn't come right back around to 0 again. We're like a little bit here, right? And then it's another 54 degrees. So now we're kind of off again, right? So that way, by like scaling that, so we're dividing our circle into perfect sixths, but instead of looping around those perfect sixths, I wanted to just scale it back a tiny bit. And that way you kind of get, you know, hopefully a colors that don't end up being identical hue values just going around for those same colors every time. So that's the purpose of this 0.9 that I'm doing here. And the kind of cool thing to demonstrate is if I scale this way down, so we do 0.5 or something, then the colors end up being really close. And you can kind of see that we're looping through our HSL colors. Maybe I need to make it even more, because now that I have, let's just do 0.25. That'll be like a really ridiculous. So now I'm calculating 1/7 of a circle, but then scaling that down a quarter or 3/4. So now these colors should be pretty similar, close to each other. Yeah, so like here, now we've got a bunch of blues, right? So as we're going, we're going to see the colors shift from like blue to purple. We're like going around the color wheel here, right? Which is kind of cool, but it's the colors are too similar. Right now we're going through our festive fall colors. And now we're going into green. We're hitting that springtime. Oops, if I could play my own game, that would help. There we go. Oh, that took too long. But you can kind of see here we're going around the color wheel, right? Because I shortened that angle that we're stepping through our color wheel, really made that really tight. So we're going through some browns, some leaves here. And now yellows. Well, I guess the brown is the yellow. And then we're going into the greens around the wheel. Anyway, you get the picture, I think. Yeah, so in that case there, I'm just doing like very small angles around our color wheel. And once again, we're doing random saturation and lightness values. So that's why the colors are like dark or whatever. But if I took that aspect out of it, then we'd end up with, actually, let's do that. Let's just see what that looks like just for kicks. So if I do const S, there's other more important things I could be working on right now, but this is kind of fun to play around with. So, we don't want a random saturation value. We want 0.5 for the saturation value, because we want to have a color that, yeah, HSL is what we're using. So we want to have a perfect center lightness value. So it's 0.5 along our lightness vector here, 0 of the lightness to 1 being too white. So we want to be right in the middle where we kind of have the full, bright, vivid color. And then saturation also, well, we want to have a 1 value for saturation. So saturation is 1, and lightness const L equals 0.5. And let's comment these guys out here. So now we're going to have a ridiculous, very ridiculous looking set of colors here that would not be fun to play. So here we're just going around the color wheel. Oh, way too similar. Yeah. So here we've got, just vivid colors. We're going around the color wheel perfectly. Blah, blah, blah. Anyway, I think you get the idea. Ecton Dev, I am too deciding to work on something that is more fun than technically is the best thing to work on today. Yeah, I gotcha. For sure. All right, I'm doing a little pee-pee dance here. Gotta use the bathroom real quick. B, right, back. There we go. Let's get this going. There we go. Beautiful. All right, don't go anywhere. And we're back. Thanks for sticking around. All right, so anyway, I'm gonna go back and undo this little thing here. I want to go back to what we had going before, and I think that was this. Now I've got too many of these. Okay. Oh, I already had that set up. I just needed to uncomment it. Okay. Anyway, all of that is to kind of just explain that we've got good colors working now, more or less. And there still may be some tweaking we need to do, but I can play this game right now. I mean, I'm not colorblind at all that I know of. But I can play the game right now. It feels good. I don't have any trouble distinguishing colors. And I set some of my highest speed records for 30 seconds the other day. I think I popped like 80 bubbles in 30 seconds. That feels pretty fast. So, so the one thing I do want to do today is actually clean up the code that we wrote for all this bubble generation, because some of these variables are just getting recalculated for every bubble that gets generated, and that's kind of a waste. So I need to kind of think of how I want to factor all of that. But at least I've got the functionality there. We're working. Everything's great. So some of this code after is just the... yeah, so here we're like picking... If we're starting with the very first bubble, then we pick a completely random hue of our 360-degree wheel. Otherwise, we basically take the last hue, the hue of the last bubble, and then increment by our step. So that way we're saying, so if the very first bubble picks a random color value, random angle, and then any bubbles after that take that angle and then add in our step value. And then down here is all of the code that I copied from Wikipedia for converting HSL to an RGB color. So I didn't spend too much time really trying to analyze exactly what's going on here. I basically just copy pasted some of the code here on the Wikipedia page. No, not that one. There's a conversion thing here. Yeah, color conversion formulae to RGB. So HSL to RGB. I went with HSL. So there's some stuff. You calculate the chroma. You do this little shebang here that I kind of have there. Yeah, calculate a new H prime something, blah, 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 a bunch of stuff. A little switch case here. So there might be, and even on Wikipedia, there's like a HSL to RGB alternative that I didn't really look at. The polygonal piecewise functions can be somewhat simplified by clever use of minimum and maximum values as well as the remainder option. That actually sounds a little more better. I didn't look at it, so that might be something to kind of look at and analyze a little more in the future, but I don't think we need to worry about it right now. This current algorithm should be plenty fast. And from the last stream, we added in our new bubble, on-demand bubble generation. So we're generating bubbles. We're generating, once we get into a new checkpoint of bubbles, then the checkpoint after that checkpoint gets generated on the fly. So basically, I want to move this code out. So I probably will put the HSL to RGB functionality into my helper function here. Oh, let me talk about some more big picture stuff. So I had the Trello opened up here. Let's get rid of that. Okay. Yeah, so on the Trello here, I've got, we're working on the colors still right now. I don't know if you can really see that. It's kind of small, whatever. I've got my stream is a 1440p monitor, so I'm capturing, doing desktop capture, my 1440p monitor. And that gets converted to 1080 OBS, downsamples it, whatever, to 1080, and then streams that out, or, sends that out. So sometimes that 1440p to 1080 conversion, you lose quality and whatnot. So like I bump my font size and stuff up in VS Code to hopefully circumvent any little weird issues. But so we've got a few more things here on my to-do list. So I've got the future to-do. That's the stuff that's a little more ways off. Probably not going to worry about that. It's like adding sound, fixing some animation that's very nitpicky and would require a pretty hefty fix. But these things here, kind of like the things I want to get done before we move to our first public test build deployment of this. So while yes, it's a list of like 5 things here, I actually think I could probably take care of all these on stream. We'll see. I'm spending a lot of time talking about colors right now and not actually working on stuff. But that being said, I just wanted to go over some of these things quick. So obviously we're fixing the colors right now, and the new color functionality is working. I just want to kind of refactor the code a little bit, just make it, because there's some duplicate calculation happening and that sort of thing. Which is great when you're just trying to get something working, but you want kind of that code to be, you want to be efficient, right? You don't want to be wasteful. So a couple things, these are kind of the next things I'd like to look at. So we've got the make bubble pop cursor indicator. So I'd like to have kind of like a hit marker that pops up whenever you pop a bubble. Just to kind of give you a little more visual indication that you popped the bubble. Like right now, I mean, you've got enough happening on screen, like the bubble disappears, the bubble fades out, and then you see the bubble, our little nav meter here, slide up. But I'd like to have like maybe a little indicator that pops up that tells you exactly like where your cursor hit on the bubble. So it'd be like maybe just a little circle or something. A little like filled in circle, or maybe just a little ring that kind of lasts for like a second. And that kind of just gives you a good indication of that's exactly where you hit on that bubble. And I mean, when you're playing the game, you're playing really fast and you don't really pay attention to that. But I think it would just be a nice little touch to have just a little more like something that either animates on screen really fast or instantly appears on screen. So that's something I want to do. The other thing is kind of the opposite of that. Make the player cursor crash indicator more noticeable. So that is our little red ring currently that just, kind of, it looks nice. Like it's aesthetically pleasing, I would say, if I do say so myself. But I'd like it to be a little more clear as to what you did wrong. So if I pop, if I miss a bubble, so like I'm going for the blue here, but I just overshot it a little bit. I want there to be like, just like I said with the hit cursor, when you pop the bubble, there should be like a little dot or something that kind of sits there for a second. It would be nice to have that for the miss too. So you can really tell, because that red ring, expands really fast and it's hard to tell exactly where that, because the red ring goes from wherever the cursor was. But it'd be nice if there was maybe like a little, I was thinking maybe like a blinking red cursor. Because when you're playing this like so fast, sometimes you don't really think about that red ring. Like you're just so focused on what's going on, you're not really looking exactly. And when you're playing, I mean, at least when I'm playing, I'm not always looking like where my mouse cursor is. I'm kind of looking here and, kind of somewhere in between the bubbles I'm trying to pop and our nav meter here. So I'm kind of balancing that out. So if I mess up, I'm not always, this little dainty red ring is not really good enough to catch my attention to say, yeah, you messed up. Here's what you did wrong. Because if there was just like a little blinking red circle or something like right here, like maybe just a on-off like red circle, I feel like that would let you know like, oh yeah, that's what I did wrong. And then I don't feel like I was cheated or something. Because sometimes when you miss the bubble, you feel like you hit it, right? And my wife brought this up when she was kind of trying it. She's like, I messed up, but I don't know what I did. Action Dev, I think if the circle was filled in, it would be easier to notice, but that might also cause more confusion with the real circles. Yeah. Yeah, for sure it would be easier to notice. Yes. I like... Because what I'm thinking is just having like a very tight, small filled-in circle, right? So one that would be way too small to be a real circle. And then it would just be like honed in right on where your mouse cursor was. So it'd be clear that like if you miss this by like 3 pixels, you'd be able to see that there on top. And I think it would flash too. So that would be in combination with this red ring, because I think the red ring is kind of nice. Like it just looks cool. So that's what I'm initially thinking off the bat, off the top of my head. Something that's kind of in your face, but also not too disruptive to the rest of the game. Like, yeah, like some bigger circle or something that would cover. But I'd like it to really be small, that it gives you that pretty much that exact point to say, yeah, that's where your cursor was when you messed up. So either you popped the wrong bubble, or you popped, you popped dead space like that, or, you hit the border. So, yeah, I guess that's all I need to say about that for right now. We'll get to that a little later. Some of the other tasks here, I've got fix WebSocket errors on the client. For our initial, I'm not going to be using WebSockets at all for my initial deployment here. It's going to just be the client, basically just the client, just the JavaScript that runs in the browser, that's going down to the browser, and it's completely running in the browser only. So I'm going to probably just kind of remove that WebSockets code for right now. And there's not technically any errors. The errors, technically there aren't errors. The errors only come up if I change the code and then the server restarts, the WebSocket server restarts because of the code changing. Then the client, if I hadn't refreshed the client, it's trying to communicate to the server that it doesn't have a connection with anymore because it's technically a new instance of the server. So it's not really an error, but it's because when this is running live, even with WebSockets, like that thing wouldn't happen because the server wouldn't just, reboot like that. Well, I guess it could, but that would be a whole nother thing to worry about. I want to clean up the countdown timer code because that was one thing that I did kind of messily. So that's this thing right here where we're just giving you a little countdown. And the code for that was like messy, and there's some other things that, that just needs to be done better. I did it just kind of hackily quickly. Oh, and another thing I would like to add is actually, and we'll probably get to it, is while this is counting down, it'd be nice to have like a little bar that's ticking down. I don't know. I'm kind of on the fence about if I want to spend time doing that now before we do a public release or after. Because honestly, this is good enough, but it's kind of hard to feel that rhythm of the 3, 2, 1 to know like, boom, here we start. 3, 2, 1, I think it'd be nice to have like a bar so you can really tell this is the exact moment it's going to start. If I gave you some sort of like rhythm indicator or something that would, there's just not enough time. I wanted it to be very brief countdown so that you could just get in the game. Like you should be able to just go to this website, click play, just have that brief, it's a half a second countdown. So these numbers are on screen not a half a second. It's a second and a half. So each of these numbers are on screen for half a second, 500 milliseconds. So I'd like there to be like a little bar or something to give you like, okay, so like this is the exact moment that the game is going to start. So I don't know if I'm going to do that before just our initial public release. That's maybe more of a nitpicky detail for myself. So that's this. We're going up here. So the next thing here is fixing where clicking popping outside the play area counts as a mistake. So if I play, technically, so like I hit the boundary, that's supposed to be a mistake. But if I try to pop bubbles out here, that's also counting as a mistake, right? So our ring is firing there, and and if we click the X button, we get the ring there. And I don't like that. I think that's bad. I don't think it should be that way. I would demonstrate it kind of with doing a bunch of that and then playing, but I don't really want to wait the 30 seconds. So I'd like to, maybe I'll just talk a little bit and we'll let the 30-second timer go out. So like as I'm, just clicking, popping, trying to pop bubbles up here, we're counting up, our mistakes are going up. And I don't want that to be the thing. I want that to only count when you're in the play space here, the play circle. So that's something, it's not really a bug. I guess it's kind of a bug. Yeah. So I had 49 mistakes, right? And I don't want clicks that happen outside of that play area to really count as mistakes. Because especially it's more of just an aesthetic thing, or it just kind of looks a little crappy if you click the X button and then that ring fires. It just looks kind of sloppy. So that's something I'd like to fix, and that should be a pretty simple fix to do. It got introduced that it didn't used to be that way before, but now that I've switched the event, I've kind of unified the keyboard press and the mouse click as firing the same game events. So now that's kind of where, once I added that in, Now we have that issue. So I'd like to take care of that this stream. And I guess I'll just speak a bit on my kind of philosophy, I guess, with how I want to release this. So I do just want to release like a very public pre-alpha test version of the game. Like, you know, it won't be very different from what you're seeing right here. But, and you might say like, it already looks like, I mean, I have buttons with animations. Like, isn't that not really, why is that a priority over, you know, like other gameplay things? And I kind of agree with that to some extent. But at the same time, since I am kind of developing this game on Twitch, Bet Kitty, when will you get the game out to play? Bet Kitty's my wife. Full disclosure. I'll answer that. I'll answer that, Bet Kitty. Well, the thing is, I don't know. I don't have a hard date that it's going to be out. It'll be out when I finish this list of tasks here, right? Which I'd like to finish all of these this stream. But if I keep talking about them instead of actually working on them, we may not get them all. But at least by tomorrow, this whole task list should be done. And then it's just a matter of me doing a few things to kind of get the minification process going for the JavaScript and start looking at servers and start figuring out what I want to actually do to get the server and everything running. And I'm probably going to do all of that stuff off stream. Just because for one, it'd probably be pretty boring anyway. But I'm speaking a little bit about my philosophy for this. The game is supposed to be kind of I'm working on it while I stream, right? Or I'm streaming the development process of the game. And while, yes, like shouldn't really be worrying about little things like the animation timing of the bubble of these buttons when you hover over them really yet. At the same time, I still want to have a very nice public release for people to play. Because I want people to, if the game was like most pre-alpha, where they're just janky and there's just, bugs or just graphical issues or whatever, stuff that, needs to be fixed down the road. I just feel like that, that turns people off, obviously. And since I'm working on just a very simple game, I want people to be able to come in and like have a somewhat aesthetically pleasing experience, and that's why I spent time working on the resizing and everything. Like, I want the game to work nicely, right? Like, I don't want there to be bugs or weird things that, that I am very aware of that I just said, I'm not going to worry about that for the test build. I want people to be able to try the game out and for it to feel almost like a complete game. Like, obviously, there could be more features to the game, but I mean, we've got a full loop here where you can play the game, pop some bubbles, and then the time runs out and you see your stats and you can retry and try to improve your stats. Like, I've got a nice like loop going here. And I just want the experience for somebody trying it out for the first time to be somewhat positive, that they don't have to force themselves to look past like graphical issues or whatever or glitches or weird things. I want the game to feel solid. I want it to look pretty good. I want it to be satisfying to play. So, yeah, that's kind of my philosophy. I'm kind of polishing the game maybe more than I otherwise would for maybe some other type of game, or probably more than most people would for just releasing like a very pre-alpha test of the game. I'm adding polish and lining things up on the screen nicely. Like the stat screen, for example, I spent a bunch of time, getting these all centered and making it all look nice and the colors and whatever. And I could have just had all this like left aligned at the top of the screen, no big deal, whatever. But I wanted things to just look good so that you could even just play the game, and even as it is right now, it could kind of feel somewhat complete. I want people to have a good experience with it, a positive experience, right? If it's if it's terrible and buggy, you know, people might not be interested in it going forward. So anyway, that's kind of my philosophy on this. And you might be asking, why is he spending a bunch of time centering up this thing or making sure these button animations look kind of cool? That's why. So I want it to be more or less positive experience for the first time players of this. So with all that being said, we're getting very close to having a public release. BetKitty, no, I don't have an exact date or time. I don't want to give myself that pressure, but we are getting close. So, I mean, aside from these tasks, it's basically going to be me actually doing the server stuff and the domain stuff and all of that, and figuring out a name for the game, because I don't like the current name. It doesn't really apply anymore to the game. The current name of the game is TraceRacer, but I think I'm going to change that once, because it doesn't really have anything to do with tracing anymore, because you're popping bubbles. So anyway, all of that being said, I think we can start diving in a little more to the code here. Before we do, I'm going to run upstairs quick, get some more water. I'm actually going to turn the heat down because I'm getting a little toasty in my basement here. And I don't need to be this toasty. So I'll be right back in a second here. Retro MMO, I am ready to pre-order. Oh, wait a minute. Hang on. I didn't turn the heat down yet. Retro, sounds great. It's going to be, we're going to have the deluxe edition, $79.99 USD right out of the gate. So you'll unlock, with that, you can customize the retry and quit buttons with that deluxe edition. So you can make this like pink and green if you wanted. So it's worth the money, I must say. It's the $79.99. Just kidding. I was just making a joke. All right, hang on. I gotta tweak the thermostat here real quick, so I'll be back in just a second. All right. Retro MMO, where it doesn't tell you which color you're supposed to pop. Yeah. Oh, which edition comes with hard mode? Yeah. There you go. Hard mode will be DLC, paid DLC. All right. So, without further ado, I think I'm actually ready to start typing some code here. Or actually, probably just copy pasting and moving code around right now. So I was talking before about my color generation code here now. We've got the new process to calculate nice looking colors that don't aren't too similar, right? So now we no longer have these nasty color collisions where bubbles are just too close to each other in color, and then that just confuses the player and it looks bad. So yeah, there we go. We got 7 bubbles on screen there. None of them are very similar. There might be some tweaking to do, like this yellow is kind of really bright, but at the same time it's clear what it is for the most part. But I'm not going to tweak any of that code right now. I feel like I'm happy with it where it's at. But we are going to refactor it right now to try to just make things a little cleaner here. So the function we are inside of right now to generate the color code, which this is all the actual color generating code. Well, here is more of like our game logic, like our game picking the random colors, and then from here to here is like converting HSL colors to RGB colors. So this code here is probably just going to get moved into my helper function file. And then this code here needs to get cleaned up just a bit so that we are not duplicating some of this, you know, like this is a number that basically once you start the game would never change. I mean, and currently the way the game's working, it would never ever change. So this could get calculated when the app starts running, and that's all it needs to, it just gets calculated once and it's good to go. And in fact, actually this whole line, that being said, this whole entire line, this whole step thing just needs to be calculated once. Assuming I don't want to end up tweaking this stuff somewhere down the road within the game itself. So that's what I want to get taken care of right now today. Just getting this stuff cleaned up, moved to the correct places and everything. So I think actually the quick thing to do right now would be let's move our conversion of HSL color to RGB color. Let's move that to our helper file here. So I've got a helper.js file, which is a class, and then every helper function is a static method. And then I export the whole class, and then you can import it into the file of your liking. And I don't really like doing things this way. I don't really know why I did, but whatever. I feel like I should have rather like just exported a bunch of functions, just normal JavaScript functions, not really do this class thing. Just have the helper file be called helper.js and then just a bunch of functions. No reason to do like all statics. It's kind of dumb. All static methods. So, all right, so we're going to have this just be called HSL to RGB. And we're going to pass in a HS and L color component. And then, do I want to return an actual new color? Yeah, we might actually want to do that. Might actually return a new color class, at least for right now. Because I could return just like a... Yeah, let's just save a little bit of time. And we're going to import our color class from color.js. So this function, HSL to RGB, is actually going to return a new color object. So the reason I have a color object is because with browsers and HTML and everything, color format is, for some reason, some brilliant reason, colors are supposed to look like this. So you're supposed to do pound, and then you're supposed to go, like if I want the color white, or I want the color, we'll do purple, magenta. If I want magenta, the color is supposed to look like that. It's supposed to be a string that starts with a pound and then FF00FF. Or optionally, I could do this. I could do RGB, and then I could actually specify like 255.0.255, right, to also be FF00FF. So you can do this hexadecimal version like that in a string, or this RGB one in a string. And it's just kind of dumb. I wish there was like a, maybe there is a better way, I just don't know. But as far as I know, that's the only way you specify color. Or you could do RGBA, and then you could specify an alpha value, some number from 0 to 1. I don't think you can do I don't think you can do like a 32-bit hex number there for that. But that's kind of annoying, you know. So what I end up doing is I have a color class that basically is a class that has the RGB values, and then as numbers, as integers, right? And then when you change the color, you call a method on color, like set color or set color.set or something. And then that will generate then that new HTML string based upon that color, right? So that just gives me a nice way if I want to animate a color from one color to another, then I'm just animating over this color, I'm just animating over the integers for RGB, and then those just get generate out a new string every time. And then that gets actually on screen. Then when that thing draws on screen, it draws with the right color, right? So anyway, that's annoying, and I wish there was some actual like direct way to manipulate color with integers, but in HTML, but whatever. So I think what I want to do is kind of convert HSL to RGB, but then I guess we'll say color, RGB color, to kind of imply that I'm exporting a color class. Or it'll be returning a new color object. And I mean, as of right now, this is the only place that I use this, so it's not like this is probably not going to be used anywhere else in this game at all. But yeah, I think this is good. We'll do HSL to RGB color. And okay, so now I need to basically just copy all this logic to here. And then, yeah, this should all be fine. All of these variables should be coming in or calculated. H divided by 60. Yeah, okay. Yeah, and all of this stuff should not be any like duplication of calculation duplication or anything here. I think that's all pretty good. So then, yes. So then what we're going to do here is return a new color. And then it'll be RGB and then H. So my color class can also take the hue, the H. And that's what we do for the bubble generation, so that the bubble can take the previous bubble's hue and then offset that by the step, as I was explaining that before, right? So we're trying to step around our color wheel right, as we generate bubbles. So it's just like picking a nice evenly spaced colors as it goes around and generates bubbles. So the one bubble, the current bubble you're generating a color for, it needs to know the hue of the last bubble, right? So I just added H, hue, as a property to the color class now. So if you pass in an H to the constructor, then you'll have that there, right? So all my other code that uses colors doesn't have to use the H at all or care about it. So in theory, this should be good. I mean, I guess I could just, make it a little tighter here by doing this. So we don't really need to. Rather than assigning R like that, I'll just do this. All right. Okay, so that should be good. So then we want to actually use this new helper here. And we'll comment out all this. We'll take, we're going to do another new one of these. I've done a bunch of these where I'm commenting out how I'm doing the colors. So this will be, instead of new color, this will just be now our helper. Helper dot HSL to RGB color. And I'm importing helper already, right? Yeah, because that would get used a bunch. All right, so now we're calling our new function, and we're just passing in the HSL values, which should already just be variables that are called HS and L. So we do HSL, and that should be good. So now we'll run it. We'll run our code and see what we end up with here. I'll open the console to make sure I don't get any. Oh, something broke. Okay, there's M, variable M. M is not defined. Okay, so we're using M somewhere in here. Yeah, this thing. So I guess we calculate that up here. No? Oh. Oh, I deleted that line accidentally. Okay. So we have const M. Yeah, and these variables, this M, C, chroma, I copied that code from Wikipedia. Or not the code, but I copied this formula here from Wikipedia. So I just kind of used, the simple variable names. Chroma, color. We first find the chroma. I don't even really know what chroma is, actually. Chroma compared to hue, I don't know. Yeah, I just copied the math, basically, and then implemented it in my code. So at some point, I'd like to make sure I really understand this, exactly what's going on there. Yeah, and this is converting from HSL to RGB colors, right? And then there's an alternative one here, and I was thinking, yeah, maybe this is like a faster one. I don't know. I'd like to do the fastest thing possible, right? That'd be cool. So, yeah, because it says the polygonal piecewise functions can be somewhat simplified by a clever use of minimum maximum values, as well as the remainder operation. Yeah, so this might be better to do, but not really worried about it right now. This might be a to-do down the road. In fact, I'm going to make a to-do right here. Possibly implement alternate formula Wikipedia. All right. So now that we've added the M variable, we should be okay. If we play the game, we'll see. All right. Yes, we are looking good. Oops, wrong one there. Anyway. Now we can get rid of all of this commented out stuff here. Yeah, that's great. So now we've got a formal helper function for HSL to RGB color. That's all just in one little place, which is really nice. Right here. Obviously, there's a giant like switch statement, but that's fine. Maybe it'd be better to just do if else for all these. Cause yeah, I'm just doing the dumb like switch true thing, and then I gotta add a break every time. Anyway, I don't really care about that right now. That should be fine. So the other thing is just putting these. Actually, this is a nice value that we could put in our configuration file. Yes. Actually, I should start using the hotkeys for getting around the tabs here. So there we go. The VS Code hotkeys for moving tabs and whatnot. Anyway, I'm gonna hit the bathroom real quick. Yeah, I know I just went. Go easy on me, okay? Small bladder, or I guess I drink too much. Anyway, we'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. All right, I'm back. All right. Oh, this reminds me. I've been kind of thinking about how I want to do and this is a little more advanced now. Well, somewhat. I was thinking a little bit about how I want to do the client-server communication, kind of my format for how I want to do that. I've previously been doing JSON over WebSockets, right? So just if you want to send something from the client to the server, it's just a JSON object that you parse, and then on either, or you stringify JSON stringify from either the server or the client and send that over the wire, over the WebSockets, and then they just get parsed and unread. But my data is very simple. the data that's getting sent is very simple. So I'm thinking about just not using, well, for sure, I don't really want to use JSON, because at the end of the day, your data is like bigger than, you're sending a byte for every character of the string, the JSON string. And I don't, I want it to be as small as possible. Because what's going to end up happening for the player, the client server communication, is that the client's going to have to send that mouse position every time it gets changed, right, to the server. So I want that data obviously to be very small as possible. And that'll be a lot of like testing and kind of feeling things out for how I want all that to work. But I was kind of playing around with the typed arrays, the JavaScript typed arrays that you can use in the browser. And you can use in, Node, which basically, if you like, I think you actually like allocate on the fly these arrays at the time, and you like specify the size and everything, and I probably is, using malloc in, C++ or whatever in the back end, or some other maybe platform specific way to allocate memory. But so like doing a bunch of these allocations really fast, or a bunch of them all together, would be really slow. But I'm kind of thinking of ways where I can like maybe compute a bunch of these, because I've got a fixed number of like commands that are going to be sent from the client to the server, vice versa. So I'm thinking of like ways that I could have those allocated buffers of memory, like at the beginning of the, when the browser loads, like allocate those, and then it would just dump the data in every time, then fire that off to the browser. It would just be the binary then. Instead of like parsing a JavaScript string or a JSON string and converting that into an object and, whatever, I assume the algorithm to actually do that is probably, maybe pretty big. Instead, I might as well just send some raw binary data, and then, I'm going to have basically like a fixed kind of format or protocol that I would use, and probably end up just using that. And that way, yeah, there wouldn't be like some extra parsing thing. I mean, it would basically just be like a switch case. You get it in. Is this byte that number? Like just some little integer comparisons right off the bat. And then I feel like that would be much, much faster, and I'd be able to really minimize my data being sent. So, I'm using a little sample here of like a player position, and I can do the float 32 array. So I could send an array. Basically, this would be like a 64-bit sized array right here with 2 floating point numbers. So that's pretty cool. And then from the browser end, you can send blobs over WebSockets. So if I do the socket.send method, I can send a blob, right? Or I can send a string. You can send a string, a blob, whatever. So I'm thinking that's probably the best thing to do. So what I can do is just have like a command, which would just be like some integer like this, right? Like find match, quit match, cursor moved, cursor stopped, right? Like just kind of like an enum style thing for the commands. And then that would be like the first byte that's in our blob that gets sent to the server, and like vice versa for the server to the client. So we'd have like a single byte that then just gets parsed. So like the server then just matches up the 0, 1, 2, 3 for that first byte, and then, well, so with the blob, I'm able to pass in these 2 buffers. So my uint 8 for our 1 byte, our single byte for our command that we want, and then maybe that command, the cursor moved command, needs that, obviously, the position of the cursor. So it would have this float 32 array with an X and a Y coordinate, and then those would just get shipped off to the server, versus like obviously be sending like a string number, so a float 32 is 32 bits or 4 bytes. But if I was like shipping off a string version of this would be a byte for every character. And maybe because if you do JSON.stringify, it spits your JSON out as a string, right? JSON, new JavaScript file. All right, if I do const a equals a, or we'll do something long, name Jared, age 12, and then we do const j equals json.stringify a, and then and then what is j? Right. So it removes the white space for you, but you know, so if I'm sending like a player position or something, x, whoops, we'll say pose x, right? So let's say my position is 129 point blah 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 whatever, 32-bit floating point number. Well, now instead of, you know, here I'm sending 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 bytes over the wire for my player position, when I could have just used a raw floating point number, a 32-bit floating point number, so only 4 bytes. Instead, I'm sending a full string of bytes, right? And if I'm sending the mouse position 60 times a second, it's a lot of extra bytes that I'd be sending over the wire. Plus, I'm adding in the overhead of stringifying a JavaScript object to a JSON string, and then vice versa on the server, undoing that, right? Converting it from a string into, well, it's happening both ways, because there's the client is sending data and the server sending data, right? So both ends are encoding, decoding the JavaScript or the JSON string into a JavaScript object. So that's just a lot of dumb, you know, like, yeah, it's really nice to use, and that's currently what I was doing before with the client-server communication, which I had a very, currently with the current game mode, I don't have any client-server one-on-one playing of the game yet, competitive play of the game. That'll be probably one of the first things we work on after I ship my first public release here. That'll just be single player. But I had made a competitive mode with my old game mode, and that was using just sending JSON strings to the server, right? And on my, you know, on LAN and whatever, and very fast stuff, you know, that's fine, and probably there'd be no difference on LAN doing that. But you know, I can, doing it this way with the nice typed arrays, I can really minimize, you know, the amount of data that's being sent, and the time to process that data would be much less, right? So yeah, it'll be fun to kind of mess around with that. It'd be cool to do some speed tests with that. I'd like to do all of that once we really get to it, but we're not working on that right now. I started thinking about that over the weekend a little bit, just kind of for fun. Because like I said, I'm not really actually trying to work on that right now, but I was kind of just messing around with some formatting and stuff of that. And yeah, I think I could come up with something that's pretty cool. So it'd be fun to do like some little actual like bandwidth tests on that, and do, you know, some speed tests of, you know, sending a JSON string, converting it versus just sending a blob or, you know, some buffer of bytes. So anyway, I just thought I'd bring that up. Not really important with what we're working on right now, but it's cool nonetheless. So yeah, what were we even working on right now? Yes. Right, I went to the bathroom, and then when I got back from the bathroom, I was saying I should do, or I started talking about that, using the JavaScript typed arrays. Anyway, so what I want to do right now is move this step variable to our config file, because that's our angle around our circle that we're supposed to increment by as we're going around our hue color wheel, right? To pick our next color. So this variable just needs to be calculated once, at least as of right now. I have no reason to really change that. If at some point in time you can change the amount of bubbles per checkpoint, like on the fly during the game or during something, then obviously we need to figure that out. But as of the way the game is right now, there's no way to do anything like that. So I guess we'll do bubble. I guess I'm going to do like a new little, just a new little top level object here. This dot bubble, and then we'll call this hue step, I guess. And then yeah, that will be just that. Oh, I can't do this. Okay, so how? I guess we'll do const checkpoint interval. Yeah, see, this is one of the things I'd like to clean up and figure out a better way to do my sort of configuration stuff. Okay, so now this would just be the variable checkpoint interval. Yes, okay. All right, so now we've got a little hue step property on our bubble in our config. So we can go to, instead of step, we only use it once. So then this would just be plus config.bubble.hue step, which VS Code loves to not put my actual properties. You see this? Okay, so like if I do bubble dot, okay, now it does it. Now it's going right to hue step because that's the only property of the bubble object. But normally it likes to like spit you off down here somewhere. And like, I'm like, no, hue step is there. Why don't you show me that right away? And it doesn't. I should maybe submit some feedback or something. Okay. So this is awesome now. Yeah, so okay, so this logic here could maybe get moved out. Okay, so this needs to happen every time. We need a new random saturation value every time. We need a random lightness value every time. I don't like lowercase l in this font because it looks like a 1 or looks very similar to a 1. Look at that. Like it's clearly not a 1, but it just doesn't look like an L to me when I look at it. Anyway, it's not really important right now. Yeah, like I feel like I don't want to check. Okay, so I'm thinking like maybe a better way to do this would be not to check. Yeah, okay. This is what we'll do. So this is checking for every bubble, right? We're in the create bubble function, static function here, static method. So every time we generate a bubble, we need to do these numbers here. We need to generate a random saturation, and then we're going to do this alternating lightness thing, which I probably will tweak this anyway at some point, but for right now, I think it's fine. So So I'm thinking of altering this, the properties we pass in here, and we could pass a hue in, and we'll just call it straight on full hue there. And then I don't need to do this if check every time. And then I think what we could do is move. So let's look at. Now I am kind of duplicating a little bit of logic now to fix this, but at the cost of calculating this if every time, which we don't need to do. All right, so let's look at the actual, in this file itself, we are calling create bubble. So up here, we're calling create bubble. So what we could do is move our hue calculation up here. So let hue equal, and then do our random hue, which we did math.random. Math.random times 360. It's a certain angle around our color wheel, right? We've got our color wheel here, so we're just picking a random hue. And then the hue, yeah, okay, so I like this. So we'll pass that hue in here. And then, so this first hue, this is the hue for the very first bubble, right? So we just do this random hue to start. And then every other bubble after that needs to increment. So what we could do is then hue could then plus equals the step. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah. I kind of like this. We don't need the hue anymore on our color, right? Yeah, because then we just do it. Oh, no, we do. Never mind. I mean, for this function, we technically don't, but we do when we generate bubbles later. So we got our hue, and then basically we just need to add the step to it for this first part. So once again, we calculated that step value that we pick a random hue, right? So maybe we pick, 330 degrees, right here. And then we're stepping by a certain number every time, right? Around the wheel. So for this function here, for all intents and purposes, is that the right correct way to use that phrase, for all intents and purposes? For all intents and purposes, we'll take just that random hue that we start with and then just be adding the step to it as we go around. So our step is config.bubble.hueStep. Beautiful. That's all we need to do. And we don't need to. Oh yeah, we do need to pass hue in here. Never mind. Okay, so the create bubble, random hue, pass the hue in, so that'll really generate the actual color, and then we increment by the hue step. So that is great. Let's look down at that logic again. Okay, so we can get rid of the random hue, because that basically takes our if ID equals 0. Because if we're on the first bubble just pick a random hue. And then every other bubble is going to be the previous bubble's hue plus the step. So we're just stepping around our color wheel, over and over. So, yes. And we don't need to do this anymore, because we're always going to be passing in that hue. And then this logic just snaps us, or just binds us to 360 degrees. So like if you're at 350 degrees and you add 15 to 350, instead of going to 365, it would go to 5. Like as soon as you hit 360 is 0 again, and then you loop over. The circle, we loop around our hue circle and keep flipping. So I can move this logic up, that calculation for that up to here. And then this would be if hue is greater than 360. Then hue equals hue minus 360. I think that's the most efficient way to handle this. Maybe. And maybe I could just I'm going to move this to our config. Not our config, our helper. So we'll have a new static called hue add. And we'll take a hue and then the step hue and value, and then maybe I could put this in here. So we do basically this logic right here, hue plus equals and then I can do we return hue, and whoops, and that way I can just do, because I'm going to use this function again. So we do helper, we do hue equals helper dot hue add, and we pass in hue, and then our config dot bubble dot hue step. Okay. And there might be a better way to kind of clean that up, but we'll see. All right. So okay. All right, so we can take out, well, I'm going to get rid of all of these now. We don't need any of that stuff. And we can get rid of this. Hue comes in as a parameter. Yes. So then, beautiful. So in theory, so we're generating a random saturation and lightness, which is great. And the hue comes in as a parameter. So I think that's what we want. So now I need to also add this to our marathon object itself, where the line is already set right here. We got create bubble. So this is where we generate bubbles on demand, right? Because when we first start the game, in fact, if I run this right now, we should be okay. Otherwise, it's going to start throwing errors. So when we run this right off the bat, this works great. Because when we first set up the game, we generate 2 checkpoints worth of bubbles. And then after, as you play, then it's generating the continuing bubbles on the fly as we go, right? There's basically 2 places where we're calling our create bubble static method to generate a new bubble. So we basically need to do kind of a similar thing where in our loop, where we do, let's look at what we just did right here. Okay. So we've got our loop. Here we generate a random hue for the very first bubble, for bubble 0. We don't need to do that because any bubbles that we generate on the fly are not going to be the first bubble. So we don't need to do anything with a random color to start. But then this for loop is basically the same exact thing. There's just a couple other little dealios we have here. So yeah, we need to put in our hue here. I guess we could do the same. Whoops. I guess we could maybe do let hue equal, because we need to set up the first hue. So we're going to do this dot bubbles first to create. Oh, wait a minute. This would be first to create -1 dot color dot h plus our config dot bubble dot hue step. So we're getting the previous bubble's color, the previous bubble's hue, and then we're adding the hue step to it to give us our first hue. I think that's what we want. Or am I thinking about this wrong? Oh, no, actually, this is what we should do. We'll just do this. I don't need to do anything outside of the scope of that function. We'll do, or of our for loop. So hue is going to equal, hue here is going to equal this dot bubbles I -1. So that would be the previous bubble dot hue color dot hue h color dot h plus config dot bubble dot hue step, right? So there we're getting the last bubbles, the previous bubbles hue, and adding the step to it, and we're just doing that right in line in the function. We don't need to do like we were doing otherwise. Yes. So that should be fine. And then Now as we play, everything should be seamless and working. Oh, no, we've got some problems. We've got some black bubbles here. All right, so something didn't work. They're not fully black. I guess it's our hue values that are messed up now. All right, nice. Yeah, so in this case here, or did I, maybe I didn't refresh the browser after trying that. Maybe that was the problem. Nope, okay, so it's still a bug. Retro MMO, nice, you added colorblind mode. Yep, there you go. That's just black and red bubbles. Yeah, there you go. So there's obviously some variance there, and I guess that's the variance that we're seeing. I'm guessing our hue is somehow calculating out to not a number, because I probably just did the wrong. I probably just didn't do the right property here. This dot bubbles. So this part worked. I minus 1 dot color dot h. I minus 1. Okay, let's do first to create minus 1, and let's print that. CLG, nope, console.log. All right. Just black and red bubbles, newborn mode. Is that, by newborn mode, you're saying, like, when you're a newborn, you can't see color or something, or you only see certain colors? Okay, so, oh no, so we got a good hue value there for that first one. Am I just not passing? Oh! We need to do that function that the helper.hue add. Okay, yeah, we need to do that because I guess we're going above 360 right off the bat, and that's why helper dot hue add, right? Oh, I guess I'm not importing helper. Nope. So we need to import helper. Import helper from helper.js. Yep. Okay, so newborns can only see black and red. Interesting. Or I guess by black, it's like shades of red or black or gray, probably, right? I mean, actually, there's something to be said about that, Retro, where you could have a mode where that would actually be a pretty interesting thing to see, and it wouldn't be hard for me to actually test and implement. Because we could do a 2 checkpoint mode, or a mode where you have 2 bubbles per checkpoint, and then they're just alternating colors. So you just go, it could be whatever, 2 colors, or 3. I mean, I guess two would be kind of the most simple. So you'd always be popping black, red, 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 right? And then like as you, like, so you'd always see black and red, or 2 bubbles on the screen, I guess. You'd see black and red. When you pop black, that would be interesting to see how that feels. Because you see black and red bubbles right when you start. You pop black first. Then the next black appears. Then you have to pop the red. And then after you pop the red, then the next red appears. So you'd always be going black, red, black. That would be interesting to see how that plays. Because you wouldn't, that would be a game mode where like you wouldn't need any sort of sidebar with the bubbles, any little navigation thing telling you which bubble to pop next. That'd be fun to screw around with sometime. Keep that in the back of my mind for right now. Could we do it right now on stream? Yes, but I don't think I will. But if I keep thinking about it, maybe I will want to try it out. Because I could probably get it working in like 5 minutes. But anyway, we're not going to mess around with that right now. So, yeah, we're trying to figure out why our hue is not, right. No, I created this new hue add function because I think the problem is we're stepping around our color wheel, and then we start going above 360 degrees because it just kept incrementing above 360. And the equation to convert from HSL to RGB color, I guess, breaks when you go over 360 degrees, right? So we need to fix that. And actually, it's not the degrees that make a difference. Like you could do this in radians if you wanted to. It's just the ratio that's important. The ratio of the numbers, right? So you could do any sort of made up number scheme that you want for doing degrees or radians, or and it would work. Because I think in the code for doing that conversion from HSL to RGB, I think, if I know where to find the file, I think this is the only important part here. So H divided by 60. So our hue that comes in divided by what would be 1/6 of 360. So like if you wanted to do this in radians instead, then you would, 2 pi is a circle in radians, is a full circle in radians, a full circumference of the circle. 2 pi radians. Yeah, pi radians is 180 degrees. 2 pi radians is 360. So all that really matters for this equation is this part here. You do 1/6 of whatever you're doing. You divide your current number by 1/6 of your full circle. And there you go. So then this would be, a third of pi if you were doing this in radians. So your H would obviously be some number from 0 to 2 pi. And then this would be you divide by a third of pi. I think, if I did that math correctly. Not like that really matters right now, but I just did it in degrees because it just kind of made more sense. But that number is kind of arbitrary. Yeah, as long as, you could do whatever, you could do 1,000. You could just say, the number of my full circle is going to be 1,000 units or something, right? 1,000 degrees, I don't even know why I'm explaining that. It's not important. That being said, let's do whatever we were doing before. I'm going off on all these rabbit trails now, and I'm just getting distracted from what we're actually trying to do. Okay, so we're trying to use this new hue add function that we just created that just kind of sets up our wrapping around 360 degrees. And this probably shouldn't be called a hue add. This should be like some other... This should be like a more primitive kind of function name. Instead of hue add, I should have like a number that... I don't know what that's called. Some sort of overflow thing. So like, let's say we had a number... Once again, I'm going on another rabbit trail here. So if we had some sort of function that like went from 5, you wanted it to like wrap around 5. So if you added two numbers together, like I want to add 2 plus 6 together, but I want it to like wrap around 5. So if the sum of the two numbers that I pass in goes over 5, then it should like loop back around, like overflow, right? So 2 plus 6 is 8, right? And then we would do 8 minus, I forget what the little method I did right here. So if that sum of the two numbers is greater than that top number. So if the sum of our two numbers here is greater than 5, which it is, then we want to do that number minus 5, right? So we would do, if we did 2 plus 6 equals 8, then we'd want to do 8 minus 5, and then our new number would be 3. So that number we would return from that function would be 3. I don't know what that's called. Overflow? Because I basically just have my own little helper one for the 360 degrees to just do that. But I'm thinking like maybe I need to make 360 another variable that you pass here. Like overflow by whatever number. It's like, yeah, it's like overflowing to a specific integer versus like clamping or something, right? Because like a clamp would be like if these two numbers added together is greater than like our clamped value, then it would just equal the clamped value. But this is like the opposite. Like we want it to overlap or overflow. Yeah. Let's do that. I'm going to do that right now. So we're going to do static overflow int, maybe. So we're going to have two numbers, a, b, and yeah, see, I don't know what you'd call that. Max? I guess we say max. So then you'd say like if, or then you would do, I guess if a plus b is greater than max, then you would, yeah, so I need to put like const sum is going to equal a plus b. So then if sum is greater than the max, then we would return, and then what else we'd return? Sum. So if it's greater than max, then we're going to return sum minus max. Let's just test this out in Quokka here. New JavaScript file. So if we have okay, it's a static. I just change this to function. And then basically we could say exactly what I was trying to say before. Overflow int. What did we do? We did 2 plus 6, and we want to check that against 5. How do I have to do console.log, I guess. There we go. Yeah, 3. So 2 plus 6 is 8, and then it's doing if that number is greater than 5, then do 8 minus 5, and you get 3, right? So it's like their numbers are always wrapping around that thing, right? And you can just keep going. Oh, no, this breaks. This is more complicated. Because if I go something that's greater than, yeah, this breaks big time. If I go something that's greater than 2x 5, then we're really in trouble. So if we made this 9, yeah, then we end up with 6. So that's interesting. Oh, I know what we need to do. We need to do the, okay. All right, this is getting too complicated for what we need, but we would just do the modulus to fix this. So instead of, it would have to be mod this over max, because then that would be 8 mod max, which would be 3. No, all right, this isn't important. There's a big rabbit trail. I'm not going to mess around with that anymore. Our function here is going to work fine. This would be a cool thing to kind of figure out, because you want numbers to wrap and that sort of thing, or overflow or wrap or whatever. It's some for certain things. In this case, it's never going to be a problem, because as long as my step is not, in fact, I'm going to change this from so as long as the step is not greater than 360, then this will work fine. And the step, in the case of the game, the step's always going to be, some smaller fraction of 360. Excuse me. If not, that would be a bug, but I don't think we'd ever go over 360. Anyway, take a quick little bathroom break here, and we'll be right back. So don't go anywhere. All right, I am back. Okay. All right. So we've been taking too many rabbit trails here. I need to focus. So hue add. This function is good enough because we're never going to step greater than 360, so we're not going to have to worry about that overflowing issue. Hopefully not. So I just need to make sure I'm doing that here in my marathon. So this is where we're generating bubbles on the fly now. So we need to do hue add. What were we doing? This dot bubbles I minus 1 dot color dot h, and we are adding in config dot bubble dot hue step. Yes. You know what? I'm going to move the hue step to, I'm going to move that part to the, so we're going to do that, and we're going to do config dot bubble dot dot hue step. Okay. So this will be bubble hue add. We're gonna call this helper function now. So I'm just making extra little things to not repeat myself, because this is a very specific function that's really only going to be used for bubbles anyway, so I should just kind of specify that that's what it's for. And then from right here, we can just, all we need to do is pass in that new hue, because I'm using this in calling this from multiple places, and there's just not really any reason to have that extra check in, because this function's only basically going to get used for that exact specific purpose. So then all we do is pass in a hue. Which is great. Okay. Oh, and then this is now bubble hue add. Bubble hue add. All right, I like this. We're really making this nice and tight now. So then here, this is helper. Whoa. Helper dot bubble hue add, and that, and not this. All right. Okay. Yeah, I'm kind of thinking if maybe there's a way I can get around not even doing this calculation in there. But I think, yeah, that's getting a little nitpicky now. Okay. So let's see if this works now. I think it should. Refresh, play. So as we go, yes, I think we're looking pretty good so far. Bubbles just keep generating. Sweet. I didn't really need to play the whole 30 seconds, but yes, that's looking pretty good. So, I think we're done. I think we're done with this. Let's just check down here. Yeah, that's all we need to do. So we're just generating these. I'm gonna keep these in here for tweaking around later, but this part can all go away. Nice. That's looking pretty good. We've kind of separated our code out. We don't have any duplicate calculation stuff happening anymore. Very good. So I can check that off the list. Do better random bubble colors. Clean up the code a bit and move that to here. Sorry, I was just updating the Trello. So now our Trello looks do better random bubble colors, done. Check the two boxes. Generate random hues and clean up the code a bit. Done. I think that's ready. That code is now ready for prime time. Okay, so now I've got these two ones that I want to look at here. Oh, I need to do this on my actual one. I'm going to move them both into doing right now. I'm not exactly sure which one we're going to tackle first. All right, so we've got make the player cursor crash indicator more noticeable, and also make the bubble pop cursor indicator. So I want to just make it more clear. Let's do the crash first because I think that's more important. We'll see where we end up with that. So I want to make the crashing indicator more yeah, because we basically, whenever you pop the wrong bubble or crash into the wall or just pop dead space here, I want it to be a little more clear what's happening, right? So if I mess up, you get the little red ring that fades, which is nice. I mean, aesthetically, that looks nice. But it would be nicer if there was a little more of a very explicit, like, okay, you messed up and here's the position you messed up at, right? So it'd be nice if there was just like a little like 5 pixel radius circle that maybe like blinks, or maybe like 20 pixels diameter. So like maybe something like reasonably good sized, but is also still very small, so that it would never be confused with a bubble at all. But also gives you a good indication of where your cursor was when you screwed up. So that way you can tell, like, oh yeah, I messed up by clicking right here or whatever. Now, the cool thing is, I think this shouldn't be super difficult to manage, because I created a while ago our cursor manager. Cursor effect manager class object, right? So this is just the thing that would let you spawn a bunch of cursor effects. So I can just like click a bunch like that, and then the cursor effect manager is what's just getting rid of those and cleaning those up when they're done, right? When we're done. So that's what that does. And then we specifically have like a cursor crash indicator object that represents just that circle, right? So what I'm thinking we'll probably do is another separate object that has its own animation that just is that full, that's just the I'm going to do that because our cursor crash indicator is a circle object. So and then it has its size and fade animations. So I don't think I want to keep that. I want to keep this little red ring, I think. I feel like that's kind of nice. But I just want to add that extra new little like blinking small filled in circle. So we could probably call this, like, keep this as cursor crash indicator, but just create like a new cursor crash position marker or something. Like maybe let's copy and paste. In fact, copy, paste, and let's rename this to cursor crash position marker, pose marker, position marker. We'll do the full nice name there. Cursor crash position marker. So the indicator will still be there, but the position marker will be our very explicit notification to the player saying, hey, this is where you messed up. So let's rename this cursor crash position marker marker. And we're going to have an animation. We're going to have a color. I guess the color for this is getting set in the setup for the... Actually, I don't know. That's a good question. Oh, it's set up in the manager here. So where's our manager? Cursor effect manager. I'll move that over here. Yeah. Okay. So this The cursor effect manager is the one that's listening for the drag stop, the cursor drag stopped events. So when a cursor drag stopped event fires, then it spawns a new cursor crash indicator with the color red. So we'd basically also just have another one of these get set up. Okay, and then this is properly destructing on the fade animation. Yeah, so actually this cursor effect manager I thought was going to have a more important role in like keeping track of the indicators, but really it doesn't. Because it doesn't even destruct the object when it's done. The destruction of the object, it self-destructs after its animation finishes. Which I think is fine. So okay. So let's go to All right. Well, let's just start working on this position marker, cursor crash position marker object here. So I believe we can do. Let's look at the circle object here real quick. I'm gonna get rid of a bunch of these. We don't need a bunch of this stuff open up here. Don't need that. Probably don't need that. Don't need that. That's old. Don't need that. We'll keep that up. We'll keep that up. Okay. Let's look at circle. Circle initializes with draw fill. Okay, that's good. Okay, so we can get rid of that from our position marker. And then we're going to have I guess a hard-coded size. Like I should put this in our config file, but just for right now, we'll try the 20 pixel thing. And I think that makes sense to have it be 20 pixels and not scale with the width of the window, because I want it to be like, because obviously as you scale your window, I think the size of that circle should stay the same. I mean, the only time where that would be a really weird thing is if you played like really small. Ugh. Yeah, that's a good point. Because now, like, this circle here is probably 20 pixels wide. Because there's technically not really a minimum size. Whoops. I mean, you could, you know, shrink this down pretty tiny here. And like our red. This is kind of ridiculous. And our red ring there, crash indicator, doesn't scale. Oops. As you could see there. All right, we keep getting these errors because the server has restarted since and the browser has not, so that's why that is. Okay. So I think we'll go with the 20 pixels for right now, and I'll just kind of play around with whatever I think that means for right now. Okay, so we got 20 pixels, z-index of 4. That probably can stay the same as well because again, I copied and pasted this code from our indicator. So that's this red ring. or the red expanding ring, right? More or less all that stuff's going to match up. The animation now is the thing that I'm not 100% sure what we want to do. So yeah, because I think we want to use an animation. Basically, I want this to like blink. So like it would be just a blinking red dot. And I'm trying to think if I want to do some sort of like square wave. Like use our normal animation class, and then our equation would be some sort of square wave. So, or do we do like just an on-off kind of thing where we do yeah, I'm gonna get rid of this animation because we only need one. So we'll just call this anim. And then we're just gonna have the one animation, anim, anim, and then we are going to get rid of this line. Awesome. Yes, and then we destruct, on destruct. Okay, on elapsed, I mean. Yeah, so if we do, here I'm just doing like a linear equation. So as for our animation, so as time increases, whatever value we're animating between would increase. And in fact, this is exactly what I want. So the way the current animation system works is it basically does like let's see here. And I've explained this before on stream, but we'll go over it again here. Y equals x squared, for example. Okay, so make this a little bigger. So the way the animation system works is we only care about, we don't care about any values that are less than 0. Either x or y. We don't care about any negative values in this case. We don't care about anything above greater than 1x or 1y. So we just care about this square from 0, 0 to 1, 1, right? So anything in this square is what we care about. So from 0 to 1, the x-axis represents time passing over our animation, right? So every frame, we're stepping along this timeline here, right? So 0 to 1, when we set up a new animation, we pass in max dir. So that's the duration that we want our animation to run, right? So 600 milliseconds, 6,000 milliseconds, 6 seconds, or it could be it could be whatever number we want. And that's how long it's going to take for our thing to just step along from 0 to 1, right? It's going to just like linearly interpolate along this line, right? Well, not really linear. Well, yeah, technically, yes, that's linear interpolation, I guess. So basically, it'll treat 0 as 0, and then 1 will be whatever our duration is in milliseconds. So, 600 milliseconds in this case. So then we're just adding each frame time to that and just going along here. And then for every frame, we're calling a new method. We're calling a new function with sort of our percentage complete, right? As we're done, as we're going along here, right? So you're 20% complete. along a 600 millisecond thing. So whatever that is, whatever 20% of 600 milliseconds is, etc. Right? Now, the second part of this is the equation that we want to use, right? So we've established our max duration, right? And then that's time going up. And once we hit 1, we're done, right? And that's 600 milliseconds. The equation is what y value we want to get out of this, right? So some sort of number along the y-axis, right? So if we just did a pure linear y equals x function, like we have here in the red, where whatever x value we put in, we get the same value out for the y, then we're just running this equation through where we take t in and return t, right? So x equals y. And then the other important part is we've got a start val and an end val parameter. So what that is that basically lets us scale this y-axis to whatever we want. Because let's say we wanted this to just fade between like pure red or 100% red or 0% red, right? So 0 would be 0, but then 1 would be 255, right, for the max red value. So then, as x would be going through time, you would be getting as we're 50% x complete, that would be actually 50% through 50% red, right? So that would be like 127. More or less, rounding, whatever. So we kind of set our scale for our x-axis, and we get a scale for the y-axis that we're translating. And then our equation is what's determining which y position we're going to have, if any of that made sense. So anyway, what that means so all I've done thus far is just simple equations like this, where we want something that's linear, we want something that's parabolic kind of, or exponential, where we have y equals x squared, or if we had y equals x cubed, it'd be like a little tighter. You could just tighten that up even more and more, right, as you go higher, which is great. And then also we do like the inverse of those. So like let's keep it to the 8th there. That looks kind of interesting. So if we wanted like the inverse, it would be y equals 1 minus x to the, or wait, 1 minus x. Is this how it is? I'm not actually thinking about this. No, that's not right. Oh yeah, that just inverted us back. So then I think it's 1 minus. No, what is this? That's not what it is either. Anyway, whatever we do the inverse of this. I forget exactly what it is. And my math brain. Is it 1 minus? It's not. We just did that, and that's not what it is. Yeah, because we're just inverting it and then inverting it again. So we end up with the same thing. It must be this. And then, yeah, that's what I was looking for. Okay. So then this thing like rotated 90 degrees or whatever, right? This blue one, green rotate. So we're doing equations like that. Just very simple things. Whatever. So this animation gives us kind of like a slow start, right? And then it kind of fades to that 1 point, right? Because once again, 1 along the x-axis represents our animation being done in time, being completed in time. And then 1 here represents that max value that we want to end at, right? So if we want to animate an alpha value, then over some sort of period of time, then we just have this 0 to 1 perfectly, right? Because 1 means 100% opaque, 0 is 100 is transparent, fully transparent, right? Or invisible. So so what I'm thinking I might have now is like a square wave for our animation, because I want to have this thing blinking like some certain amount of time. So what I'm thinking is maybe we do a square wave where we animate the alpha value of our color on some periodic square wave that just goes between 0 and 1 a bunch of times, right? So I'm thinking we either do that or we just kind of like have our own like little hard-coded way of doing it where, in fact, we could get away without even doing the animation class at all. And then, hang on a second here. Well, so what I was thinking is maybe we do like a timer. So like an animation is a type of timer object, but maybe we do just like our own timer object, and then we just set it to whatever we want, and then we like alternate between like on off basically, because I just want to have this like little indicator just like kind of flash for like a second or two. 2 seconds would be too long, but probably like 1 second, so it would really give you a heads up on where you messed up or crashed or whatever, right? It's already 12:42. All right, I'm gonna take a quick little break here. Just grab a quick snack, just a few minutes, and then we'll be right back after that. So hang on, sit tight. We'll be back. All right, I'm back. Just got a little snack, some peanuts. Some more water. All right. So we're trying to decide if we want to just do like a well, again, let's explain exactly what we're doing here. So right now, if the player messes up, they get just that little red ring, right? That expands. But I want it to be more clear. I want it to be more evident to the player what they did wrong, right? Because that red ring, you don't, when you're playing really fast, you don't always see it because it's just kind of this thin little red ring. And it expands, so it kind of like goes away from the center, from your mouse cursor, right? Like it centers around wherever your mouse cursor was when you messed up, but since it's expanding, it's like less clear exactly where your mouse cursor was when you messed up. So I want to just have like a little tight filled in red circle that kind of like blinks or something that more gets your attention, but also tells you, like better gets your attention, but also kind of gives you that specific point that you messed up on. So in other words, if you pop the wrong bubble or something, so I'm supposed to pop this one next, but if I pop this one, it'd be nice if there was like a blinking red dot, on that bubble. And that does kind of beg the question, like, okay, well, what if your bubble is red? What if I popped a red bubble like right in the center and that was the wrong one? Well, yeah, then we might need to maybe put like a black ring around that little thing too, maybe. But I think for right now, this is good enough. Or I think for now, just having a little red dot will be good enough. Filled in dot. But we'll get there we'll get to that point when we get to it. Yeah, so I'm trying to figure out how I want to do that blinking animation. Like, do I actually want to write a little custom equation that lets me do like a square wave so that it would be like on, off, and then like over a certain amount of time, right? Like blink 3 times. Yeah, like we could have like, it would blink 3 times on. And then we would basically be doing like the equation for a square wave in here, right? So like these animations are nice and smooth animations, right? Or like some sort of between 0 and 1. But a square wave would just be hard 1, hard 0, hard 1. It'd be just this instant snap from 0 to 1, right? And 0 and 1 would be our y-axis here is going to be our opacity. So 0 would mean fully transparent, 1 would be fully opaque. So in other words, 1 would be visible, 0 would be invisible. So I think a square wave would be better. So I'm trying to think of what the equation for a square wave would be. And I mean, like one thing, like if we did y equals sine of x times pi, or no, x pi, I think is what we want. How do you do pi? Pi? Oh, you have to do it like that. 3x pi. Yeah, so we're fitting, here would be fitting in I guess 4. 4 4, we're fitting in 3 loops, or 4. Yeah, so we want to do like, I don't know. But if we did, okay, so if we did round, this would give us like a 3-step thing, I guess. Like if we rounded pi. So we can do round in Desmos, right? I can do round. What? What? Function round. Yeah, round. Yeah, okay. So there we're getting like a rounding between 0, 1, 2, you know, so this is obviously not what we want because this is like snapping us between. And we don't want to use sign if we don't have to. Like that would be bad. So I'm trying to think. I'm just saying this is like one way we could do it technically. And like if we had, what would be to maybe make this. Let's get rid of round for right now. And then if this were to be, if we did divided by 2, okay, so that makes that smaller. Okay, so that's what we want, and then plus 0.5. 0.5, why am I? There we go, okay. So that gives us it between 1 and 0. And then if we rounded this whole thing, we do round. Then that's one way to do a square wave. And that's not really a good thing because there's like a bunch of extra math going on in here. And all we need to do for another different type of square wave would be just rounding. Yeah, I got to think of how to do a square wave here. All right, so we would do y equals, let's get rid of these other ones. So we've got our nice sine square wave there, right? It's kind of hard to see, but it goes from here, here, then snaps immediately down here, here, snaps up, right? So you could see this is like blinking. Let's see. Oh, it would blink on, off. I guess we need to do time. We need to do 6. Okay, so if we wanted it to be 3 blinks on, so it would be on, or it could be on, then off for the same time, then on, then off, then on, then off. And these are the same time on, the same time off. That's the other thing, like I'm not sure if I want, because I feel like I maybe want it to be red for a while, then blink off briefly, then red for a while, then blink off briefly, then red for a while, blink off briefly. Versus this, the time off is the same as the time on. It's like a square wave that I was more thinking of would be like y equals. Oh, okay, so we'd have to do like y equals, all we need to do is round x. But then if you do times, times 2. Okay, so what times 2, what would that do? Round x. Okay, so we're going, yeah, so when x is less than 0.5, then we're at 0. So like what if we flipped this? Oh yeah, this is doing the diagonal spiel, right? This is rounding to that integer. We're only concerned about from 0 to 1, right? So how would we make this more? What would it, if I did 2? Okay, so they were like making it tighter and tighter. It's not exactly what we want. I'm starting to think we're probably not even going to want this anyway because oh, wait a minute. All right. All right. We're not gonna do it this way. I'm gonna do two. We're gonna do two timer objects. So instead of animation, so we're gonna do import timer. From timer.js. And then we're gonna have this dot timer on equals new timer, and we're going to have this dot timer off. Well, I'll keep. Whoops. Okay, so we're gonna have the timer on. So this is the amount of time that we want the red circle to show. So we want something like 250 milliseconds maybe. So max dir 250. It might need to be more than that, whatever, but we'll play around with it. And then a timer has an on tick and an on elapsed. So we're gonna, on tick is going to equal, oh, we don't care about an on tick. We care about on elapsed. So on elapsed, we're gonna do, yeah, see, this is why it would be nice to have just a square wave equation that does this. This dot timer on equals new timer, max dir 250. Because now I'm talking about doing two timers. One timer keeping track of when we should show the circle on screen, and another timer when we're off screen, or when it should be invisible. So, boy. Okay. And then that's going to be kind of annoying because, yeah, we really should do the animation. Now I think we are going to get back to this crazy thing here. Okay, so what did I do for that square wave again? We did y equals sine of pi x, or we did like 4 pi x or something. Yeah, I think we did 6 pi x, because that's going to give us, but then that's right, this one isn't going to work. It's not going to give us the flexibility that we want. I'm just gonna, we're going back to what we were doing before now. We're gonna do the 2 timers. So actually, let's do 1 timer. I think we can get away with just 1 timer. And then I can reset the duration based upon what we want, right? So we're going to need to have, yeah, the on-elapsed is what we care about. So we could get rid of this. And then we're going to have like some sort of counter to keep track of this dot. And let me throw something in. Well, I'll just do a magic number for right now. This dot animation, or this dot blink count equals 0. Right, so then it'll be like while blink count is less than 3, because we'll like blink 3 times or something, or 5 times or whatever. We'll just do hard-coded variable for right now. So the blink count is going to be the incrementing number of how many times we've blinked, right? So let's do, we're always going to do like a blink on for 250 milliseconds and then a blink off for like 100 milliseconds. So, and once again, those are numbers we could probably move to our config file, but we'll start with a max dir 250. So we will do, we'll do maybe a Boolean out here, blink on equals true. So then our on-elapsed is going to be a function. We don't care about any parameters or anything. We're just going to have a little if statement. If this dot blink on, whoops. If this dot blink on, oh, I guess actually if this dot blink count equals 3. So this will be like if we hit our end. We will do this this dot destruct, and then we'll return the function too. So then that will be like, that'll let our timer and everything die. Which is great. I think, where's that destruct on elapsed? Timer. Somehow that got renamed a lowercase again. That happened a while back. Destruct on elapse equals true. Yeah, so I should pass false to that. Destruct on elapse. I think that's the name of it again. Let's check the timer. Destruct on elapse. Ugh, elapse versus elapsed. Okay. We don't want the timer to kill itself when it elapses because we want to reset it when it elapses. So, okay. Then, okay, so when we, all right, so if we hit the last blink, then we destruct. Okay, and then at the very bottom here, we'll just do this dot blink count plus equals 1. Okay. So, oh, wait a minute. No. Actually, this is going to be conditional. All right, so I'll leave that out for right now. So if this dot blink on, I guess we'll do this dot blink on equals not this dot blink on. So we're going to invert it. We're going to flip it, the Boolean, over to what it otherwise would be. And then this is going to be what we want to do if. So we're toggling between the bubble thing being on or the little circle being showing or not, right? So then, okay. So so we flip it. So now it's like saying, okay, so for this next timer, if we blink on, if we're supposed to be on, then this .timer.duration, this .timer.maxdir is going to equal to 250, the 250 milliseconds. Else we want it to blink off for like 100 milliseconds or something, right? That's like the amount of time we want it off. Then what else? We need, so we need to reset the timer. So we'll do this .timer.reset. In both, I guess that can be moved out here. This .timer.reset. So that resets its own internal counter to 0 again, and then you can, run the timer again, basically. Reset, let me make sure reset does not pause it, right? Timer, reset. Yeah, okay. So we don't need to do anything with pausing it. So we reset it to 0. And then if we're blinking on, then we set our color. This .color.set A to 1, okay? So we set our color to 1 when we're starting our blink on timer, right? Otherwise, we're setting our color to, our alpha to 0 if we're blinking off. 0. And then we're going to be off for 100 milliseconds. So we're going to be on for 250 milliseconds. Otherwise, we're going to be off for 100 milliseconds. And then, we already did the destruct if whatever. Cool. So that should actually be good. And actually, that's not too bad of a thing. I mean, it gets a little, and this just happens all in the on elapsed. So that's really not that big of a deal. Because this function will just get called, 3 times. So like these numbers, all these numbers and stuff we're doing, we're going to have to put those in our config file. So they're not just, floating numbers, whatever, or magic numbers, I mean. But in theory, that should be what we want. So we just need to actually instantiate that now on the cursor drag stopped event. So we can actually do that just right here. We'll do another const cursor. We'll do, what is this? Cursor crash position marker equals new cursor crash position marker. And it will import that for us. And since this is a circle, we need to do a very similar thing where we pass in the position. I'm just going to copy, actually position and color are going to be identical to this. So we are doing the same position. We're taking the position of the cursor and we're taking our, and we need to set a radius in this case. So we'll do a size and that will be a radius of 20 pixels. I already set that in there. Okay. Yeah. Okay. All right. That's good. Yeah, I need to get to a point where I put the colors in the config file. And I could put like these objects so they're not just these anonymous color objects. Just like this. This will be in our config. And it'll be like cursor crash indicator color. There's the color, and then we just pass that object directly into the new color, and then we create our new color object. Anyway, not going to worry about that right now. In theory, this should do what we want. And we need to initialize it. Set up the event listeners and everything by calling that. Great. And it will destruct itself. Yes, it'll destruct itself, and then therefore destruct the timer as well. Brilliant. Okay. Let's try it. Let's see what we got. So now if I hit the wall, okay. That's really big. I don't want that. I don't want it to be that big. Maybe 10 pixels. Ah. Okay. All right. So it wasn't working. All right, let's make this like a lot bigger here. Let's make this like a second and then half a second. So we'll start with a second. So it should be on red for a second. Now, is it on elapsed? Maybe I used the wrong. Yeah, it's on elapsed. Oh, wait a minute. I don't think I can do... Changing max dir. Cur divided by max dir. Okay, so it does do that every time. All right, so actually that should be fine. Okay. So anyway, we set those we set the times a little bit longer here. So let's look at, okay. So if we go back, made the size of the thing smaller. Okay. So it's staying there for a minute or for a second, which I think is good, but it's definitely not. And it just looks a little weird because of the red ring going around it. But it's not, okay, so it's, yeah, let's see here. All right, so we're gonna have to print some stuff in the console to see what's going on. On, we'll call it, let's print on, and then we're gonna print off. So this will let us know if, oh, I know what's happening. Okay, so we need to do, I guess we'll put timer reset down at the end here. We'll do timer reset, and then the timer's pausing. This .timer resume. The timer pauses itself when it ends, right? That's default behavior, I think. So if we elapse, yeah, there's no choice in this. It pauses. If we elapse. Okay, that's the problem. So the timer is basically just running once and then pausing. Okay. So let's try again. Okay. Nice. There we go. Okay, it's continuing the loop though. So we could just keep creating a bunch of these, and then they're all just going to loop at different times. On, off, on, off, on, off, on, off. Okay. So they're only supposed to go 3 times. Aren't we incrementing? All right, well, obviously the 1,500 thing is way too slow, right? I mean, I knew that was going to be the case. This needs to be like a fast blinking thing. So we'll dial that back in a second here. But why is it not dying? If... No, come on. Oh, yeah. Okay, so we only increment the blink count. I guess we'll increment it in the off. Because we start with the blink on. So we'll say blink on, or it's on, off, and that was 1 cycle. Then on, off, that's another cycle. On, off, that's another cycle. So we'll increment the blink count. This dot blink count plus equals 1. All right, plus, whatever. So let's try this. So we'll pop a bubble there, off, on, off, on, off, and destructed. CLG destructed. Just make sure everything looks good there. Try it. 3, 2, 1. Pop the wrong dead space. Off, on, off, on, off, on. Destructed. Beautiful. Okay. Let's get rid of that. Get rid of this, and let's tighten the times up a bit. So let's go back down to that 250. What did I say? 250 milliseconds, and then 100. So 250 milliseconds of blink, 100 milliseconds off. That's going to be pretty fast, I think. All right. So if I'm playing, that might not even be. So I popped the wrong bubble. Okay, what happens if we drop this? We're going to have to play around with these numbers a little bit here. Okay, so there's like a much faster... What if we go 150? 150. All right, and we need to go maybe like 6. 6 times here, maybe. Maybe not quite that. 150, 150, 50. That's maybe 2. One, two, three, four. Let's maybe make these. I want to make sure the timing is right here. So we've got 1, 2. Oh, that's why that looks weird. I want to make sure we've got the right times here first. So we met 1, off, 2, off, 3, off, 4, off, 5, off, 6, off, and that's it. Brilliant. All right, so let's dial these down. Back, we'll make them 10 times faster there. 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. What if we make them the same? What if we make this, what if we do this as 50 again? How does that look? What if we make them the same? So this will be really quick here. Oops. You know what I'm kind of thinking right now? I'm kind of thinking of doing the sine wave one again. Because I feel like, but just to make it look a little like nicer. Because this is almost as like too harsh for the game. Like I want it to be, I want it to like notify you this way, but I feel like it's just too aggressive. Let's go back up to like 250 again here on both. Whoops. And this one should be 250 as well. Yeah, that's like really slow. And I don't really want this. Like I don't really want this kind of thing to be a thing. Like that's, and the blinking just looks weird actually. I feel like. So let's try it as an animation, and we're gonna dial in like a nice sine wave one. So what did we do before? We did 6 pi x. And what do we do? Over 2. Yeah, over 2 makes it so that like that, and then we need to do plus 0.5. Okay. So that's what we want. So now, well, here it's just going to be on, off, on, off, on, off. And then it will fade to, it'll start coming back. But maybe we want it to be, let's look at this. Okay, so pi x, 2 pi x. 2 pi x pi x plus pi okay, that starts us out. Oh, yeah. That's kind of what we want. Pi x plus half a pi. Half of a pi. Okay. And then, but this, what, this is going to be like 6 pi x plus 6 pi over 2. No. Oh, Yeah, it's still going to be just plus pi over 2. Okay. Because that way we start on. Fade to off, start on, fade off, start on. And it'd be nice if we faded off. So this would be 6 pi x. Okay, let's see. Okay, we want this to line up so that we're at 1x, our y is 0. So we want to like stretch this out a little bit so that this guy is here. Right? So then these would all be like slightly longer. Or yeah, so we need to like multiply differently. Let's try this again here real quick. Duplicate. And okay. So yeah, so now if I change this, we end up really nice. Oh, maybe it just needs to be an odd number. So if I do, yeah, okay. So if we do 3, we start on, move off, start on, then we're off at 1. Okay, so we just need to do like an odd number. So instead of 6, we need to do like 7. Yes, okay. So 7 will be on, off, on, off, on, off, on, off. So we got, what, 4 blinks? So maybe like 11. On, 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 on. Yeah, maybe we don't want that many blinks. Maybe just, well, we can mess around with that once we get to that point. But we need to take this equation now. It's getting, I didn't really want to do some sine wave thing, but I think we're gonna have to. I was hoping it was just going to be simple enough to do our kind of on-off thing, like square wave kind of thing, but I don't know. It just looks weird. Oh, those were left over from before. Oh, that reminds me of a task. So that reminds me of another task. Because when I brought the tab back up, we saw the blinking still from the other previous clicks, right? So the way our web browser request animation frame works, the way that API works is it doesn't run. So that's like a function that kind of recursively calls our update function so that all of our canvas stuff is happening once per refresh of the screen, right? So that's how we can update the screen and everything really nicely. Whatever. The problem is that pauses. It doesn't run when you switch tabs. So it's like your game will kind of pause if you switch tabs. Kind of, right? So like if I put a bunch of these, then switch tabs, and like those should have been long gone by now. But now if I switch back, they're still going, right? Like our time expired. So like, because when I switched back, it did the calculation for the timer and it realized a certain amount of time had elapsed and then our time expired. But anything that was like in the middle of an animation is still going to run. I don't know that. I don't want to explain that like extremely thoroughly, but I want to address that. So I'm going to make a little Trello card here quick as a reminder. Fix request animation frame. pausing. I'll put pausing in quotes here. Pausing when switching tabs, etc. Okay. So you see that pop up on Trello there. So we're going to do a label of engine. Okay. All right, that's enough for me. And I don't think our label, yeah, our custom label does not pop up. That's annoying. Anyway. Okay. Yeah, so that's something I don't know if I'm going to look at before we hit our first public test build, but at least at some point I'm going to want to address that. So anyway, let's try plugging in this equation into our code here. So what happens if I copy paste? Yeah, it's like some sort of latex or something equation format, but I don't know what that is. I don't know. Never done anything with that off the top of my head. Never done anything with that before, so off the top of my head, I can't think of how to otherwise do this better. So, okay, so we're going to do a new animation now instead of our timer. So this will simplify that aspect of things. Like we've got all this logic here to kind of manage like our timer or whatever. So we're going to be kind of getting rid of that. So now it's going to be much simpler. Now we're going to specify the duration that we want our animation to run the whole way. So we're specifying how long this is from 0 to 1 in this sine wave thing, right? So the faster we dial this in, the faster this sine wave is going to run. So we want to do something like, I don't know, 1 second, I guess, for right now, probably. So we'll do 1 second for our max duration, 1,000 milliseconds. And we're going to have an equation, and that's going to be where we plug in this whole fancy schmancy thing here. Yeah, I don't know how to read this. All right, so we're just going to take, all right, I'm going to have to move this off screen. So you guys can't see it, but I can see it and I can punch it in. So we're going to do math.sine, and then we're going to do 6 times math. I'm going to do this all nice and tight here. 6 times math.pi times, oh, sorry, this equation is supposed to be a function that takes t, takes in the time, time, which is x, which is what we were using as x on our graph. So we're doing, oh no, sorry, we're going to do 7 first. We need to do an odd number to make sure that it ends. So we'll do 7 first, 7 times math.pi times t, and then this will be, whoops, plus math.pi over 2, half of pi. So this is something that could probably be like a constant in my constants file, 7 pi. And this is like half pi could be a constant in the constants file. So we'll get those cleared up at some point. So that whole thing, that whole shebang over 2, and then plus 0.5 on the end. All right, so that is all we want, not a semicolon, a comma. There we go. So that should be exactly what we want in order to graph this, right? So what else do we need for our thing? We need a start value and an end value. Start val is going to be 1 because we're going to be animating the alpha value of the dot, right? So it's going to be either fully opaque down to fully transparent. So start val is 1, end val is 0. I think those are defaults in the animation. Let me just see if I can, no, they're not, okay. All right, so we've got, let me get rid of this. Okay. Start val, end val, that's good. And then we need the onTick function. Whoops. So this is going to be supplying the new alpha value. This is a little function that will send the new alpha value in. So we basically, we need to set our color. This dot color dot set, and then we set the alpha value to the val that comes in through this function. And on elapsed, we're gonna call, we're gonna have a function here that calls this dot destruct, which will kill itself. So basically, it'll self-destruct itself when the animation finishes. And when I say this dot destruct, we're referring to this, our crash position marker, which will destruct it, get rid of itself and get rid of the animation object. Oh, if we did this properly here. All right, so this, we're gonna see if this looks like we want. I don't know, this might be terrible. Because now it's gonna be a sine wave. And yeah, I don't know if, oh, that looks good, I like it. Okay, so that is the way to go. The sine wave is the way to go. Because now it's blinking, but it's blinking and it's alerting the player, hey, something's going, you messed up right here. All right, why did that? That's kind of annoying. Oh, I know why those aren't going away when you quit. Okay, so one of the other things we're going to fix today, well, probably today, is this thing where you can click outside of the play area here. I don't like that. And this is counting as a mistake in the game, right? Like, so when you click here and miss a bubble, that should be a mistake. Or when you crash in the boundary, that should be a mistake. But once you're outside of the boundary here, I don't want clicks or pops out here to be clicks or key presses to count as mistakes, right? I don't want that. So then likewise, when you click the X button here, it does the same thing. That looks dumb and I don't want that. So we'll fix that part of it. But the other problem is we are not destructing basically our cursor effect manager. Let's make sure we're destructing that actually. We should be. So I'm going to have a destruct. Whoops. We're going to override destruct. And we're going to say this, our super.destruct. And we're going to console.log destructing manager. Okay, because I want to make sure that I didn't forget to like get rid of that. And I'm like 100% sure that's good. So if I quit right here, we should see the log for the cursor effect manager. Destructing manager. Beautiful. So that's good. The one thing we're not doing is destructing the indicators, the cursor indicators at all when the cursor effect manager gets destructed. So basically it's up to those animations to finish and then they get destructed. So what I want to do is how do I want to do this? Trying to think about how we want to. I could do an array, this dot cursor effects equals an array that's empty. And then instead of just initializing these and calling it a day, we're going to do this dot cursor effects dot push, and then we're going to push each one of these on to the array of cursor effects. And then when we destruct our cursor effect manager, it will in turn loop this dot cursor effects dot for each effect, and then we will call effect dot destruct, right? So then we'll in turn destruct each effect. So that way we won't have, when we click the X button, which we're trying to fix, we're going to fix that anyway by not allowing clicks. We're not going to allow clicks outside of here. But now, if I like do some of this and then click, okay, that didn't work. Did I refresh? I probably didn't refresh. So we click a bunch of these and then X, they're gone, right? So they didn't persist beyond. And that was just because now we're destructing each of the effects. So if I did this, I reverted it back. We quit to the main menu, but we're still seeing those cursor effects, right? Which is bad, right? So by just storing them all in an array, and then we can loop over them and destroy each one of them despite wherever they are in their animation process, then we're okay. So that is nice. The one thing I'm trying to think of is like, do we want to... Well, let's just see how this is. If I made any mistakes, that would be nice, but I'm kind of on fire right now. Okay, and 75. That's not bad. Almost 2.5 bubbles per second. Pretty good. No, in fact, that is 2.5, right? It's just because it's 30.009. That, yeah, anyway. Okay, I made that whole thing through perfectly, so I didn't even get to test out our new thing. There we go. Okay. Hey, wait a minute. Is it just me, or is that snapping out? Okay, that's snapping out. There's a problem there. Which it looks funky to me. So let's check. Let's slow it down. So instead of a second, let's do 10 seconds. I could make it simpler, but whatever. Mess up. So it's just going really slow now, right? But it should fade to, yeah, see that? It just snapped out. Definitely. Okay, let's not do 10 seconds, but let's do 5 seconds. How about that? So it snapped out. Look at that. Why did it snap? Did I do this equation correctly? Yes, I should have. Where's Desmos? Okay, so it goes, it starts at 1, 100% 1, right? When we, wait a minute. No, that doesn't look right. Okay, let's go really slow. And let's disable. Let's disable. Let's disable. Disable or disable? We're going to disable the cursor crash indicator. That's the ring. Because I feel like that's messing up me looking at this. Yeah, something funky happened in there. You see that? It like snaps in. Like, let's make the radius really big so on stream you can see it. Let's make this 100 pixels. So watch this. Boom. See that flicker and then, like, that's terrible. Okay, something's really screwed up. So let's make sure the equation's right, because it should instantly snap in. Wait, I wanted to go to Desmos. It should instantly appear, But it like does something funky when you first. Yeah, it like flickers really quick for a second. Yeah, that's not right. It should be all smooth the whole time. It should be instantly red. Like you should instantly have the red in your face. And then, but why? Okay. I guess we could print. I guess we could print all the values on the tick for each tick. Would be one option. Maybe making this, let's make this like really long. Let's make it 100 seconds. So I can really slow it down and see what's going on. Okay, so pop. It flickered there for a second and then went down to 0 and then faded in. Yeah, that's just like really slow. That's kind of cool. All right, so flickered on and then immediately off again. So that's weird. So did I do like a not correct? Did I not correctly do the equation? We have to look here. So it should start at 1. Yeah, what in the world? This should start at 1. But it like flickers at 1 for a second and then it's at 0. It's like at 0 immediately. That's really weird. 7 pi x. Okay, so we're doing t equals the sine, or y equals the sine of 7 pi t plus half of pi, then divide that whole shebang by 2, which is right. We're dividing our whole sine by 2, then plus a 0.5 on the end. And it's like clear that it works. Okay, so the only thing I'm thinking now is let's just CLG val. We don't technically really need to do that. This is just gonna, okay, we need to like slow this down now, or make it, we'll go to 1 second here. Okay. I mean, I know, I didn't want that. Yeah, let's do this instead. Play. Yeah, so this one is starting at 0. That's the problem. So what we're seeing on our graph is not what we're getting out. Which maybe that's fine. Maybe we want it to fade in, because it fades in really quick after all. Okay. All right. turn my speakers on here. Oh, see that's what I was talking about before. Now we have 31.842 seconds passing because we switched tabs before it stopped. That's the problem we're getting. So like time still passes, but like if I let this play, for example, we'll let it run a little bit, then we will switch tabs. We'll let it run for a bit longer. Switch tabs back. And now our timer, am I right here about this? Maybe I'm wrong. Waiting for that to finish. And oh, no. That case, it should be fine. The problem, where this will be a problem is if we switch tabs before the timer expires. All right, so yeah, so all I need to do is switch tabs now and then just come back somewhere after 30 seconds should have passed, and that'll be the problem. All right, so for whatever reason, the equation I punched in is not coming out the exact same. And maybe it's an order of operations thing, but it shouldn't be. Something that's making that flip. Yeah, because it's starting at 0. All right, so what I'm thinking we're going to do is not try to actually figure out why this is different from that. But we're going to keep this, and then we'll do, what we're going to do is for our cursor crash position marker, we're going to start its alpha value to 0, because basically what we're seeing is one frame. We're seeing it visible for one frame, flickers full red for one frame, then instantly snaps down to like 0 because of the animation. So that's, oh, wait a minute, maybe that's the problem. Oh, I think I get it. I think I understand what's happening here. All right. Hang on a second here. Let's try this again, but now. Okay. Yeah. I guess when we're interpolating between 0 and 1, it's okay. So this number spits out some sort of number between 0 and 1. No, that can't be it. That can't be it. Because this... All right. I don't really care. All I need to do is set the alpha to 0 of our color initially, and that's going to be fine. Like, that's going to be just fine. And let's make... Well, 1 second, I guess, is okay. So let's go back. Let's just make sure everything is capiche. We can kill this. We can move this up to 1 line. Brilliant. All right. Okay, no, we still have a problem. We still have the problem where it's fading out. If you see. It fades out like really fast. Or it like snaps out to 0. Or it's... Maybe we really do have that problem. Maybe this is like a more... Okay. Yeah, okay. I need to print CLG. We need to print val again. Okay. So we messed up. Yeah, okay. So it goes to 1. It starts at 0 and then ends at 1. So that's the problem, because we want it to start, we wanted it originally to start at 1 and then end at 0. So by the time x equals 1, y should be 0, right? But we're doing the exact opposite. So for some reason, this thing we're doing here is not working quite the way we want it to. I'm gonna do a quick bathroom break, and then we'll be right back. So don't go anywhere. All right. Okay. All right, what happens if we do an even number again? All right, let's try an even number and just see what happens. Like currently what we've got, but with an even number here as our multiplier. Well, let's just see what happens when we do that. Okay, so that one faded down to 0, which is nice. It started at 0 and then faded to 0. Okay, so I guess that's what we're gonna do. So I guess we'll just make it 8 to get a 4th little flicker in there, 4th blink. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. And we'll go back down to what, 20 pixel radius. Oh, whoa. I think I like the 1 second, and then our radius will just be the 20 pixels. Hmm. 10. 15. 10. Go with 10 pixel radius now. The problem, okay, so the thing I'm not 100% sure about is if okay. Ugh, yeah, see, that's a red. If I mess up, oh, that's not gonna work. If I were to mess up like right there, yeah, the red and the red are very similar. What happened to my console? All right, so let me just kind of play real fast here and just see how this feels. Okay. I kind of like, yeah, I like that. Oh, we turned off. Let's bring our, we will bring our crash indicator back. And that way, yeah, I kind of like that. Okay. Let's get rid of this console log that's in here. So I want to just see if I kind of play fast and make a mistake and just see how the new thing feels. Oh, yeah, I like that. That it really works because like the ring is so fast. I like the ring from just like as like an aesthetic kind of thing. Like, hey, get your attention over here. But then this is like really telling you. Like, I don't know if you saw that, but when I messed up, I was probably like right here. And I could like tell, like I had enough time to say, oh yeah, that was the mistake I made. It's clear. I missed the bubble, right? So maybe there's some further tweaking we can do with it, but I feel like having a 1 second long thing kind of worked. Yeah, there we go. That's nice. That's really nice. It was very clear what I did wrong. The ring expanding is too fast. I mean, I'm still gonna keep it because I like it. Like I said, it's like an aesthetic thing. Like it just kind of looks cool. But that alone is not good enough to like notify the player, hey, here's what you did wrong. But having like this 1 second little blinking tight circle really kind of tells you, you were right here when you messed up. It's like you just missed that bubble. Or if I pop the wrong bubble now, it's going to be clear. That's the wrong bubble. I tried to pop this bubble, but no, that's the wrong one, right? So, I mean, aside from red bubbles popping, in fact, yeah, I think what I'm going to do right now is make this little red circle have a black ring around it. Trying to think of how I can do that with my single class. I don't know if I can, but we definitely can do this dot outline equals new circle. Whoops, and basically it's going to be this dot. Oh, wait a minute, sorry. Color is going to equal new color. It's going to be black. Oh, actually, if I don't pass a color, it will default to black. So we'll keep that. So we want a black circle. So all we need is the position and the radius. So pose is going to equal x is going to equal params dot x. Y is going to equal params dot y. Because our parameters that come in through the constructor, those get passed down to super. They get passed to super, which is the circle. So then params has the x and the y position, whatever, as an object that comes in. It's just kind of my method for doing that with this engine. And then, so this will be params.r. Oh, no. This needs to be params.pose.x and params.pose.y. And this is going to be params.pose.r. Brilliant. So that's our outline. And then when this gets initialized, we need to initialize this dot outline dot init. And I'm going to call this anim, not animation. I don't need the full word animation. Whoops. Anim. And we need to destruct the outline, this dot outline dot destruct. And yeah, I'm getting rid of this timer spiel here. We don't need that anymore. Get rid of timer here. So the singular animation again, and we're just going to update the alpha value of the outline as well. I think that makes sense. This dot outline dot color dot set, and the same thing. A is going to equal val. I think that's what we want. Maybe we don't want. Maybe we want the outline to stay and not animate at all. Well, we'll see. We'll see what we end up with. But this should be all we need with that. We're initializing the outline. We're destructing the outline. So we are good, I think. So now we should have a red ring, or a red shaded circle, but with a black outline. Nope. Cannot read property init of undefined. This dot outline. I'm doing something weird here. This dot outline equals new circle. Okay, let's look at what this exact thing is here. Cursor. Oh, this is at, oh no, line 35. So that's the outline line probably, right? Oh, nope. Remember, I just said, oh, I should call this animation, or anim, not animation. Well, I renamed these references to anim, but I needed to change this animation to anim as well. How about that for you? Okay, so now we should get a little red filled in circle with the black outline. Or not at all. Okay, I know what the problem is. I know what the problem is. Don't worry, don't worry. So the problem is we need a z index on this bad boy to be z index this dot z index +1, I guess. That way I can kind of keep this thing relative. So whatever the z index is for the cursor position marker, we're just going to have this thing be right on top. So now if I do this, then we should have a black circle. No, I don't know what's going on. Something's not working. Position, size. Do I need a color? Do I really need to pass a color in? I thought I didn't need to. R0, G0, B0. Maybe I really do need to pass a color in. Ah. Let's see here. No, that wasn't it. We're not getting anything black on here. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about it. Just looks kind of dumb when you do that. It just looks like a little twinkling Christmas tree now, but whatever. I mean, unless you're screwing around, unless you're just screwing around having fun like this, you're never gonna see that thing, this weird thing, right? If you're actually just playing the game, you're not gonna have to deal with the kind of weird things, right? If you're just playing, having fun, you mess up every once in a while, no big deal, right? If you keep hitting the boundary, obviously we reset. Anyway, okay, so our little outline is not working. What else do we need for a circle object? Pose, color, size, index, size, z index. No, we shouldn't need anything else. I'm probably doing, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna print this dot outline, and then we can just look at the parameters right there in the console. How about that? So we mess up. Okay, so we got a circle. We got some circle objects. Oh, no, wait a minute. RGB. Okay, let's just make our alpha be A, or 1. This dot outline dot color dot set. Okay, let's just get rid of it from the animation there. Let's see what we got. Nothing. Nothing at all. Okay, so we've got an alpha value of 1 now. RGBA 0001, that's great. We've got the draw fill. That's something I need to fix. I need to change this to be a draw stroke rather than a draw fill. Position, that looks good. Size, R is undefined. That's what we were looking for. Because I did params.position.r. There's no such thing. You can't have a position radius. You have a size of a radius of a size, right? So I don't know what I'm saying. R is the radius, which is a size, right? X and Y are positions, so they're part of the pose object, right? All right, that's what's going. Okay, now everything else is breaking. Cannot read property R of undefined. Oh, that's because we're hard coding the R up here. We're not passing the R in through the params. You done it again, Jared. Okay, let's try this. There we go. All right, so now we've got a black circle that just sits there the whole time and it's filled. We don't want that. We want, I guess can we do this dot outline dot fill? What's that called? Style? Draw style. Draw style equals helper dot. Are we importing helper? Yes, we are. Cool. Helper dot draw stroke. Okay. Oh wait, no. Sorry, just like that. Draw stroke is a function. It's a method, but we want to just set that static method to be the draw style stat function. Okay. So now, and we're at z index plus 1, so we should be on top of the red circle. Yes, okay. And we're not, okay, let's have the black ring animate as well. Let's do that, because it looks a little funky without that. Okay, so as we play, we're popping and we miss. Yeah, that looks better, right? So if I'm about to hit this bubble, but I miss just a hair, it's like very clear what's going on. It's very clear to the player when they make a mistake. So let me just play. Let me just try to play like really fast. I should just amp things up here and just see. Whoa. Okay, I made it. All right, let's see if I can make some mistakes, but without like purposefully making mistakes. Purposefully make mistakes, but not purposefully. Okay, come on. Okay, there we go. And I know what I did. That's the nice thing. So what I was looking for by testing this is like when I mess up and we see the indicator, I want to be able to understand what I did wrong, right? Because before we just had this little red ring that's like expanding like that, right? And that's not clear enough. The little red ring that's kind of growing out like that, right? That's not clear enough to the player. Or me, right? I'm the player when I'm playing, right? So now, like I can tell, oh, I just missed that bubble, right? I'm just outside that bubble. Or I popped the wrong bubble, right? So obviously if I pop the wrong bubble, I'm going to have a little red blinking thing inside of that, right? So it's clear now when you mess up. Because that little red ring just fades out after, what, 500 milliseconds or so? And then, but this thing sticks around for a long time. This little red blinking thing. So I like it. I like it a lot. Yes. I made the mistake. I have time to look back and see what I did wrong. I think that's working splendidly. So now there won't be, hopefully then the player is not going to be confused with like, whoa, why didn't this work? Out of the corner of your eye, you're going to see this little blinking, flashing red circle, right? And it's going to be like, you screwed up. That's why. So you have one of these. And that was another. So not only was it difficult when you're playing like really fast and you're focusing on the game, you're not like looking exactly, you know, wherever your mouse is, whatever. When you're playing like that, it's not always evident you made a mistake. Like it kind of is, but it's not always super evident that you made a mistake. And two, it wasn't always super. It was not very evident what the mistake actually was, like telling you exactly what the mistake was. So those two fundamental things, like A, did I make a mistake? B, well, if I made a mistake, then what was the mistake I made, right? Did I hit the boundary? Did I pop the wrong bubble? Did I pop just blank space? Right? Because if you pop the wrong bubble, you should get that. If you pop dead space, you should get it. And then if you crash into the boundary circle, you should get that blinking circle, right? So now I like kill two birds with one stone a little bit, where it's like it's much more clear that you made a mistake, and it's obviously very clear what the mistake was. I mean, for the most part, you know, I mean, like you might have popped, maybe you hit the space bar like right here, and like then it's not clear if did I crash into the boundary or did I, you know, but that's not really going to be a big concern to the player. But now that we've added the little black ring around this, now when you're right next to like a red circle here, it'll be clear that, you know, or if the red circle was the wrong bubble to pop, which it's not, it happens to be the one I wanted to pop, so it kind of defeats the purpose. But there's a good example. We got like a reddish color there, but our mistake indicator is very clear. So there's other things we could do to probably tweak this and dial it in better, but I don't think we need to. The one thing I want to try right now, actually, though, is because this little thing is just a hard pixel value, hard-coded pixel value, 10 pixel radius, right? 20 pixels wide for this circle. So when the game is shrunk down, like if you like technically there's no limit on shrinking this game, it scales on the height, so obviously that's not very practical, and maybe I want to put some sort of limit in there for how small you can make it, but I don't know. I think I'm gonna just leave it for now. For our first public test version, people can kind of have fun with making it really small if they want, right? But okay, so everything in the game here scales on the height, right? Except this little thing. Well, and the button. The button doesn't scale on the height. We talked about that in other streams, whatever, previous streams. But now, obviously, this is kind of a problem. I mean, if you were to ever play this small, which I don't think anyone would, because this is kind of ludicrous. Now our indicator is a fixed 20 pixels wide, so now we've got bubbles here that are almost 20 pixels, if not smaller, right? So that's kind of a weird thing. That looks funky. All right. So I like to play kind of around this size usually, maybe a little bigger. Yeah, actually, I like to play a little bigger, don't I? Maybe like that. So this size is perfect because this brown here is probably like the smallest circle you're going to see ever. I don't remember what the range is for circles relative sizes to the big circle here, but at this size, yeah, I mean, these are pretty small, relatively speaking. But if we scale everything up here, now the indicator is small, really small, right? And I feel like that's good because you get a real precise, the smaller this thing is, the smaller our little indicator is relative to the rest of the window, kind of the more accurate, the more precise it is in telling you where you messed up, right? Because the closer that little circle is to like being to the point of your cursor, to being a pixel, that's going to tell you the exact pixel that you've messed up, that the cursor was on when you messed up, right? So if I hit the wall, you can kind of overshoot it a little bit. I don't really care about that right now. That might be something to fix later. But let's play at this big size for a little bit just to see how things feel. I don't really like playing at the big size. I feel like I have to move my mouse too much. But this is a preference thing. It'll be interesting to hear feedback from people, like what their mouse sensitivities are. Let me try again. It's actually easy to be. You can be pretty accurate when you play it bigger, I feel like, but you're slower because you have to obviously move your mouse more, right? But I feel like I'm a lot more accurate. Oh, there I popped the wrong bubble, and it was pretty clear what I did. But now it didn't quite catch my attention. The little indicator didn't quite catch my attention when I popped the wrong one, because it's so small now relative to the rest of the window. I feel kind of like that. Man, I'm not making a lot of mistakes here. I should probably just try to play faster, like purposefully. I just experienced another little issue there where there's like a second where you try to pop a bubble. Oh, I'll explain that once the timer ends here. Okay. Yeah, that's good. I don't know if I want to keep this a hard-coded pixel value or not. Oh, what I was going to explain before was that I accidentally just restarted the game because the timer ran out, and then it immediately snaps to the stats screen, which has the buttons down below, right? So the buttons are like right here, you know, the retry and quit buttons are like right here. We'll see that in a second when the timer runs out. So I was like still playing and didn't really realize the time ran out, right? I was just trying to go, and then it just so happened that my cursor was over the retry button when the game ended, and then I hit the space bar. And I'm letting people hit the space bar to also navigate the game too, or navigate the menus, because it's kind of like the menu buttons are bubbles. Ann Black has followed. Ann Black, thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. Thanks for hanging out. So, well, because I made the decision here to kind of have the buttons in the game be kind of like bubbles that you pop throughout the game, you know. I also let you click the buttons with the space bar, right? Because you can pop bubbles with the space bar or click. So I can click the mouse to start the game, or I can hit the space bar to start the game when the mouse is over that. So the problem is that the game instantly ends. Oh, hit my hair there. The game instantly ends. You go to the stats screen, and then the stats screen has the two buttons for retry and quit. And then since those kind of fall within the play area, it just so happened that I was going to pop a bubble that was down in the bottom, but by that time the retry button was there, and I hit the retry button and instantly started a new game. And that's kind of annoying. Let's shrink. So that's something I have to kind of, you know, figure out if I want to, how I want to deal with. So if we make the time be 1 second for a game, obviously the timer runs real quick, and then we get this menu, right? Or our stats screen, and then our menu. So if I was like about to pop a bubble and then I hit, you know, then I'm hit the retry button, whatever. Yeah, that's just kind of annoying. So I either need to add like a delay, in the switching to the menu, or like a little title screen that said like time's out, time, and then it goes to the stat screen. Something like that. So it'd be like, time's up, and then stat screen, you know? Kind of like we've got our little starting in 3, 2, 1 thing. Maybe it's then when the time runs out, we say time's up, and then time's up for like half a second or a second, and then half a second might be too short. But then it dumps you back to the stat screen. And by that time, you would have gotten any like last clicks out of your system. You know, you wouldn't be like going to pop this bubble right here, and then you accidentally pop the retry button, right? Like you'd have a second to have gotten that last click out of you, and then you'd be here, and then you'd be like, oh, yeah, time's up. Okay. So I might do something like that just because it's an annoying thing that people probably won't run into. And I'm saying I want to take care of this maybe before the release before my public release, my first public test release here. We're getting close. We're getting very close. I mean, the game you see before you right now is pretty much how it's going to seem when it's actually live. Just a few under the hood kinds of things or kind of behind the scenes kind of stuff. Or, you know, like I might add this little time's up screen or something. And, you know, maybe for the final game, so I'll talk like, let's do like a 5-second timer right now. So for the final game, I might do something where like you hear like a timer ticking, and then like as it's getting really low, there might be like some intensity, you know, as it's like getting closer and closer. So that might be a thing we do too, to kind of give you just like an audio cue that time's running out. Because once again, you're so focused on playing the game, and like you're seeing the timer out of the corner of your eye, but you're not, you know, do I have half a second left, or do I have you know, because when it's 30 seconds, when the timer is set to 30 seconds, which is what I think the default, you know, I think for now, the 30 seconds is what it's going to be for probably a while. Like it's going really slow, right? This little rectangle. And then if you shrink it, you know, if you play, this is kind of how the size I like to play at. It's going pretty slowly, so it's like you're not exactly sure when the timer is going to expire. So having some sort of like audio ticking cue that's kind of like, or like a 5, 4, you know, like your last few seconds of time. Probably you'll want to have something like that, but that would be once we get to doing like some sound and stuff for this. That'll be a little more down the road. So for right now, it's going to be the way it is. And I mean, for the most part, you're not really going to care if the time's ending. Like you're just trying to pop as many bubbles as you can before that time runs out. I mean, so you're just, you know, regardless of whatever the time says, you're just like trying to just get as much as you can in before the timer runs out. So there's not even that much of a point of having like a timer specifically, you know, because you're going 100% all the time anyway. You know, it's not like a game where like categories, you know, that the game where you have 30 seconds or whatever, or a minute to write down all your words for that letter or whatever, if you're familiar with the categories game, right? So like when that timer's like kind of winding down, you're like, oh man, I better ramp it up, better try to, you know, be quicker here, because you might, during the beginning of that round, you might be kind of like lazing it a little and just kind of like, okay, what's a word I can come up with here, whatever. But then as the timer's getting closer to ending, you're like, okay, I gotta speed things up. But for a game like this, where you're trying to just pop as many bubbles as you can per second, or per round, I mean, not per second. I mean, yeah, technically per second, yes. But you're just, the whole time, you're going 100% pedal to the metal speed-wise, right? So really having some sort of indicator that the timer's about to expire isn't really important. But obviously it's nice to let the player know, okay, the timer's about to expire in, 1 second, right? Yeah. So I don't think there's anything with the timer and everything we need to do before our public release. But I think maybe having that little pause or that little, time expired screen might be a good idea just to circumvent the issue of the player. Like, I'm trying to pop this green bubble, right? So I'm going to pop the green bubble right at the very last second, and I'm about to pop it, and nope. The timer ended, and I hit the space bar, and we're on the retry button. So boom, we retry right away. And like, maybe I wanted to see my stats that game, right? But no, the time expired. So I don't know. I don't know if I had anything more to say about that. And black is followed twice. Oh, nice. All right, I see it twice in OBS. So I guess thanks for the second follow, and black. That might just be a bug in OBS. So anyway, what I like this indicator. I think it's good. This new crash indicator. It's like very clear what I did wrong, and it lasts. It lasts for a second, so it like gives me enough time to really like understand what I did wrong. Yeah, like that's great. That's great, I think. So the one thing, timing and everything, I like it. I'm not going to mess around with it anymore. I'm not going to tweak the values and do all this stuff. I think we got it. I think we got it where we want it. The one thing I think we should do, let me add quickly to the Trello we want to do, what is this? Add times up screen after time expires. And I'm going to, what is this? Gameplay. What's this label? Gameplay? Oh, UI, UX, I guess. This will prevent players from accidentally hitting the retry or quit buttons. From actually hitting the retry or quit buttons on the stats screen. Okay, that's good enough. So just throwing it out there, I have a public Trello that people can view, so you can view this in the link is in my Twitch about section, I believe. Should be down there if anyone's interested. I also have a Discord server set up. I don't really have anything going in there yet, but if anybody's listening who's interested in that, and kind of, another alternate way to chat with me and the community, which I believe as of right now is 2 other members, not including myself. And I believe that link, the Discord server invite link, is in one of my links sections there. I don't know. I should probably try to understand where that stuff is more. Yeah, in my about. Should be in my about section there. Whoops. I just pulled up my channel there. All right, so, oops. Okay. So if this screen this time's up screen thing after the game, after the timer expires in the game. If that's simple enough to add, which I think it should be pretty simple to add, I'll probably do that. And I don't know what else I was going to say about that. Because I'm trying not to add. Well, okay, so I'm trying not to add a bunch more tasks that I want to fix before. Before we can actually release the public, or our public version. Like I'm trying to just the game is 96% done right now for our initial public version, right? So I'm trying not to slip little new things in there as everything goes, but at the same time, I do want it to be, I don't want there to be frustrating things for people. And something like that is kind of frustrating, at least for myself, right? So, and anybody, if they play probably more than 5 or 6 games, they'll probably run into that little issue where they're clicking the retry or the quit button accidentally and then just skipping the whole stats screen. And that's a little frustrating. So I'd like people to not really have any sort of thing that's frustrating for the initial version. So, that being said, what is next? Well, okay, so we're not quite done with this. Are we? Are we not? I'm trying to think if I want this little indicator to scale with the window. Because like when it's really big, it's this little... Yeah, I think I do want it to scale with the window. I think I do, because it feels good at this size, but when the window was a lot bigger, I was like having a little more trouble keeping track of where the indicator was. So I think we should make it scale. So that would mean we need to do a couple of things. You know what? I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it because it's going to require me to do quite a bit of things. And that's going to be a future Trello, a future task to take care of in the Trello. So this is going to have the cursor crash position marker scale with the window size. So this is kind of a UI thing. It's kind of a gameplay / UI thing. So we'll do gameplay UI UX. It's going to be a future task in the Trello right now. So I just added this. Have the cursor crash position marker scale with the window size. Or with the window resize, I should say. Or actually, scale in real time on window resize. Okay. All right. So let's yeah, I think that's good enough for now. So we're done with this. We're done with this guy. Whoops. And now we've got make bubble pop cursor indicator. You know what? I don't want to do this one. I don't think it's necessary. I don't feel like that's a thing to complain about at all. So in other words, whoops. Okay, good. Okay. So I don't feel like I need some sort of indicator telling me I popped a bubble right now. Like maybe in the future there will be something more better we could do with that. And honestly, sound is probably going to be the more better thing and not some sort of visual indicator. Like right now the bubble just fades out and I don't really like that much. But it's good enough. Like when you play the game, it still feels satisfying. It still plays well. Like, yes, it could be a little better in that regard, but I don't care too much about that. Right now, at least. So. Yes. Okay. All right. So now, okay. So we're chipping stuff away off the Trello here. Next, let's do this. Let's do this thing here. Fix where clicking popping outside the play area counts as a mistake, because that's kind of an annoying thing. And I think it's something that just makes it look a little sloppy when that happens. So I just move that over there. So let's do that. So currently, I'll reintroduce what this issue is. So currently, when you play the game, I want the cursor crash indicators here to only appear when you do things inside of the boundary, inside of our play circle here, right? So that would include, popping a bubble that's wrong, whatever, or hitting the boundary itself. So when you hit that boundary line, there should be a crash. So the problem is now is like I can click or hit the space bar right now, and these are counting as mistakes on my stats, right? So I have 26 mistakes now because these are all just firing off as mistakes. So I'd like to get rid of these being able to get thrown when you're out here or when you're outside of the play area. And like even when you click the X button to quit there, well, now it doesn't, okay, never mind. It doesn't show that now. But even when you do this, it was firing off that event or firing those things. But now the whole game and everything gets killed when you go back. So we don't see the indicator when you quit now. But anyway, I want to get rid of this. I don't like this. I don't want the player, if they go out of the boundaries, to like get more errors by going outside of the boundary. I don't know. Yeah, I feel like, okay, so I'll explain the scenario here. If I pop this bubble and let's say, let's wait for the timer to run out here. All right, so if I were supposed to pop pink, right, but let's just say I'm like way overshoot it, right? I want the mistake to happen when they hit the boundary. So I don't want them, if they like overshoot it and then click outside of the boundary, like I don't want that to be, that doesn't need to be two mistakes. Like they made the mistake of going outside the boundary. If they click after that, that's okay. Like they've already paid the penalty of making the mistake, and then they have to go back to the previous checkpoint, right? So same thing here with this, a good, having one on the edge here. If they hit the boundary and then pop that, like, it doesn't need to count as 2 mistakes. Like, I think 1 mistake for that, and then if you hit the space bar, nothing, right? I think that's fine. Because you already had to hit 1 mistake just to go outside of the play area, so that's fine. Yeah, I don't know. I don't need to say anything else about that, I guess. So, I need to think about how. So the problem is we've got cursor drag stopped events, and that's what's creating this whole deal here. That's what's firing off our cursor effects. Oh, not only that, because it counts as a mistake too. So we have to somehow not throw cursor drag stops when you're outside of the boundary. Okay. Let's do a little check for emit. I'm gonna check all the files that emit cursor drag stopped. Okay, so this is the old round class we don't care about anymore. But we've got 2 instances in the marathon where that gets fired. So we've got the 2 cases here. One is, this case here is if you pop the wrong bubble. Okay, so this is if you pop the wrong bubble, then throw a cursor drag stop. And this, I think, is the one we care about. This is the one that's firing if you just press a, well, wait a minute here. Okay, let's see what we got here. Oh. Huh. Return. Okay, return. We got another return in here. Return, okay. So this is like the all other cases. If we didn't have something correct that happened, then we're throwing a cursor drag stop. So I guess, what do we have? 4. Well, if you pop the wrong bubble, maybe we could just do a check if you're outside the play area. Maybe we could do like a check here. If you're outside of the play area, then don't emit cursor drag stopped. Because this is every other case. Basically, the way this event handler functions, it's a big chunk of code here, obviously. But it checks wait, why does it loop over each bubble? Oh. Oh yeah, we kind of had to shift some code around before, some event kind of code before, and that's why we ended up with this current scenario. So we check basically the marathon game. That's our game object that keeps track of all the bubbles. So if a cursor down event fires, then which could either be triggered by the click or the space bar, then we we check if the current bubble is traversed and the bubble is not popped. And then if that bubble that we checked is the current target bubble, then we're good, right? So otherwise, if the player popped the wrong bubble, then we throw in a cursor drag stopped. So that's good. We want that. And then otherwise, if we're inside this if statement somewhere, then everything's good, and then we return, right? So we don't get down to this. So like if we even get into, if we loop over all the bubbles, then if we loop over all the bubbles, and none of them were popped. Yeah, so this is the wrong pop. If we loop over all the bubbles, oh, wait a minute. Oh, okay. Yeah, so if we loop over all the bubbles and player didn't pop any bubble, then they will hit this if this cursor drag stopped event, right? So this one fires if you popped the wrong bubble, and this one fires, it fires the same event here if you popped no bubbles. You popped just dead space, right? So you know what? I've just realized there's probably a better way. There's definitely a better way we could do that without looping over all the bubbles every time, but yeah, there definitely is a better way we could do that. But we're not going to worry about that right now. So basically, this is the one that, so let's actually just put a little console log here. So we can print some code, we can print a string, didn't pop anything, popped nothing. Okay, so this will then print in the console every time. Popped nothing, right? So if I pop the wrong bubble, it won't print pop nothing. But it's probably hard to see on the stream, but you can see that little number counting up as I pop nothing, right? So we're at 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, whatever, right? So if I go outside the boundary, if I hit the boundary, this doesn't go up, right? Because it's our play area object that's keeping track of that. But if I'm out here, we're still doing popped nothings, right? So maybe we can have I think we can just check the state of our play area. We can check the state of our play area right here. And then if the cursor is outside of the play area, then we won't emit that event. So the player hit the button, hit the cursor down, right? Either a click or a keyboard press. And as long as our cursor is outside of that play area, then we won't fire that event. So does the play area have cursor in play? Do I actually use it? Yes, I do. Sick. So there's actually a Boolean already that we can use. So all we have to do, very simple, if play area, if this dot play area dot cursor in play, then we run this. Well, yeah, we can make this just maybe slightly cleaner here. Just do it this way, and then we can just return if the cursor's not in play. All right. That might have been all we needed. Just a little one-line fix, okay? So then we're out here. There we go. Nothing. I love it. All right. That's all we needed to do. Brilliant. I kind of thought it might have been a little more complicated than that, but I love it. 5-minute fix there. Okay, so we're going to update the Trello. It is done. And I guess I just write a little comment here. Added check in marathon to see if the cursor done, basically stopped. I'm trying to think of what to type here for this. Oops. Let's go here, Trello. But not. All right, that feels good to get that done. All right, so now I guess let's clean up our countdown timer code. This guy here. So I just wanted to clean some of the stuff up in that because I did it really messily before. So let's look at that. What do we have? We have a class called countdown timer, don't we? Countdown timer, which basically just represents our little timer before the game actually starts, right? Okay, so I have kind of just this little janky, weird thing where yeah, we could do this much better here. Okay, so config.countdown timer duration. Okay, so I got an idea here. What we're doing is just something that's kind of, I mean, honestly, we'll just clean this up to make it nice. We'll clean it up to make it nice. It's really not that big a deal because this code doesn't even run during the game, right? This is just the countdown timer before the game starts. But it just kills me that I did it this way, and it's kind of stupid, and we could make it way better, right? Because we're basically running this switch case every single frame on tick of our timer and parsing and checking like, oh, did the right thing happen? I don't know. Yes, no. So that's something that we definitely need to fix here. So let's make, and this is going to be something similar to what we were just doing with or what I started to try to do with the blinking, our little blinking crash indicator, right? Which I ended up scrapping, but now I'm going to do a very similar thing with this. With this, right, that we just added. So we'll do the timer, but we're not going to do anything in the onTick function. We're going to do a quick little what is onElapsed doing here? Oh, that's a stat. Okay. All right. Yeah, this is a little nastier than I thought even. So where is the code for, I guess in our application file here? There's something when we start the game. Okay, yeah, here we go. So we do a new countdown timer. Right, this is what's going on. So we fire off our new countdown timer. So this .countdown timer, this is part of our application object. The new countdown timer equals a new countdown timer.create. And then this is the callback to fire after the countdown timer expires. So then after the countdown timer expires, we set up our new marathon game, right? So when the timer ends, then we fire off the new game. Huh. Okay. So now I'm starting to think maybe if we try to do this cleaner, it might be more. Let's call this, instead of onElapsed, let's call this callback. Okay, let's just call this callback. So it's the function we're going to call when everything's done, right? OnElapsed, I can get rid of that. We don't need to pass that. Yeah, we don't need to pass that into the constructor of the object itself. So this is a static method create. So that's where all this logic is, to actually set up the countdown timer. And then the logic, the instance logic here is very simple. So, okay, so let's get rid of onElapsed from there. There's no reason to pass that in. Okay, so this is coming, this function is now called callback in the that gets passed to the create. So this function here that the application passes is going to be called callback. So what we do is basically I want to have a timer that gets reset every interval. So I kind of want to have a variable here called interval_dir, and that's going to equal our config countdown timer duration divided by 3. So what's happening here is our timer runs, and then every tick of every frame, we check if the duration of our timer is less than 1/3 complete, then we show 3 on the screen. If it's less than 2/3 complete, if it's otherwise less than 2/3 complete, then we show 2. Otherwise, then we show 1, right? So that gives us the 3, 2, 1. Boom, right? But we're parsing this on every frame. We're checking this every frame, which is just kind of silly. We don't need to. So what I'm going to do is have a timer that runs that resets itself 3 times, right? So for every, so our timer duration is 1500 milliseconds, so 1.5 seconds. And then we're kind of splitting that into 3 chunks where we're showing 3, 2, 1, right? So 3's on the screen for 500 milliseconds, right? Oh, now I broke everything. Okay, never mind. I can't show you. Okay, actually, onElapsed, I can do this quick, just for the sake of example. This should fix it, right? 2, 1. Okay. So it's 3, 2, 1, boom. So there's one timer that runs for 1500 milliseconds, and then it's just checking, dividing that time by 3s to see, in thirds, to see like where it is along in that timer completion, right? 3, 2, 1, blah, blah, blah. But I'm thinking let's just simplify it by, instead of parsing that out every frame, I'm starting to think actually my solution now is going to be kind of more complicated. Like, yeah, I'm doing more work every frame. I'm doing work every frame to check. But now my little solution here is probably going to end up being less good. Well, the code just might be messier, I guess. But I don't know. Well, so what I want to do here is I'm dividing our duration by 3. So our current duration is 1500 milliseconds. So we're dividing that out by 3. So this interval dir is going to be 500 milliseconds, right? 1500 divided by 3. So what I'm thinking we'll do is we'll have our timer, and let me just duplicate the code here, and I'll comment out this one just so I have that for reference. But I'm going to kind of redo everything here. So we're not going to do an onTick function anymore. So we're not going to be running code every single frame, our own code every single frame. Obviously, the timer class itself is doing stuff every single frame to make sure that time is running. But we are going to just run a timer for the interval of our first 3, right? Because it's going to be 3, 2, 1. Game starts, right? So I'm thinking let's have a I'm starting to think this is kind of dumb as I go. Well, let's just flesh it out here and see what happens. So we've got the interval dir now. And instead of onTick, we're not going to use onTick at all. We're going to use onElapsed. So our timer is going to be now interval dir, right? So we're starting our timer at 500 milliseconds. OnElapsed, so after that 500 milliseconds, this is kind of dumb. Oh, my stomach's making some noise here. All right. This is kind of dumb. A bit. Let me make sure. Let me try this real quick. I just want to see what happens if I pass numbers instead of strings here. Because this might make it. Okay, now what did I do? Hang on. I'm going to undo some of the stuff I just did. Instead of onElapsed, we're going to have callback. All right, so everything should be back to normal there. I want to make sure that, okay. So we're passing numbers, that's fine, instead of strings. Okay. So that's good. Okay. Now I'm thinking of maybe another way to try to do this than what I was otherwise thinking. Because the other thing, and I don't think I'm going to add this right now, just because it's not that big of a deal, but it would be nice to eventually have, I was explaining this a little earlier, it would be nice to have a little sliding bar going to show you that time is ticking down, right? Because it's a little hard for the player to get the rhythm of this timer, the 3, 2, 1, 2, 1. You know, like it's not enough clicks to kind of get your mind like on that beat, because you want to start playing 2, 1. You know, you want to like start playing as soon as you, if I don't make mistakes right off the bat, but oh, yeah, there's a little glitchy issue there with the rings if you happen to Anyway. So what was I talking about? Sorry, I'm thinking about too many other things here at once. So what I'm trying to say is that 3, 2, 1, it's not like super obvious to the player, that rhythm. 2, 1, go, you know? So it would be nice to have like audio eventually, right? At some point we'll get to audio and everything, sound design, audio, etc. But so that would help, like an audio cue of 3, 2, 1. But the thing I'm thinking is like maybe just a little timer bar, like a little bar like this, right? That's just going down really fast because it's 1500 milliseconds. It's a second and a half. And then you would just see that sliding down. And that kind of gives you like a more accurate visual indicator of when you're going to start, you know? So it's kind of like 3, 2, 1, and then. But what I was basically saying is eventually I'd like to do that. I don't think I'm going to get that done for the first public release. So 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 that being said, I wanted to keep a single timer. I wanted to keep a single timer object because having that single timer gives me that duration, like percentage complete that I'm you know, that so we know like, okay, what percentage are we done with our timer? And that makes it really nice for me to have a like this timer where basically this thing is like a percentage. This blue bar is basically the percentage. It's as tall as the percentage you have complete of your timer, right? So like as we're getting to 50% here, its height is 50% of this outline, right? So that just flows really naturally with a single timer object. And what I was proposing to do before was like split that timer into like 3 intervals for the 3, 2, 1 and like reset itself after each one of those individual intervals. But I don't know, that seems like things are a little convoluted that way. But that would help me to get around from doing this calculation every frame. And maybe what we could do is just, I don't know, maybe what we're going to end up doing is something just to get rid of this switch case. Because it's like, maybe I want to make this 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, right? Like if I wanted to make this 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, I'd have to do this and then do 1/5. If it's 1/5, then we're at 5. If it's 2/5, then we're at 4. If it's, and this wouldn't be default, it would be case dir is less than 3/5. And then that would be 3, right? Am I doing this right? Yeah, and then this one would be 4/5. Then we're at 2, and then default. I'm on the wrong keys here. And then default would just be count text.text equals 1. So then this would give us a proper like 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh, I forgot. I gotta put my breaks in there. Break. Okay. Yeah, so now we've got like a nice like 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Go. So like to have it do 5s, I have to like literally, it's just all hard coded out, right? And I did it this way just because I was like trying to get it done quickly and dirtily, right? Whoops. The quick and dirty way. Ugh. I can't see my keys because my mic's in the way. So anyway, I'm thinking like we could probably just maybe make this better just to avoid. At least let's just do that for right now, because honestly, stuff running on every tick, it just isn't that big of a deal. Because nothing's happening during the game. It's not like some important performance part of the game, whatever, you know. So I feel like we're just fine if we do it like this, but at least just make this so that it's not this janky switch case. You know, switch cases are nice for when you have very clear, distinct things that happen, right? But for anything that's computed on the fly, it's very not nice to have. Yeah, because when we get to the point where I do want to have like some sort of little timer bar or something on that countdown screen, in the on tick, I'm going to have to be using that duration thing. So it's just going to have to happen that way. So let's do, okay, we're going to have to do something where we have, we need something where we do like 1/3, 2/3, 2/3. Okay, how are we going to do this? Because we need to like check. Maybe that's something we could do with our timer class. Like we could extend our timer functionality to like allow you to split things into like intervals or something. That'd be kind of cool. Because there might be something where it'd be really nice to, you know, if you wanted to have one timer run like for a total duration of something, but you wanted to like split. You wanted to have it like partitioned out into like different things. So like if I'm in the first partition, like, so let's say I wanted to divide like 10 seconds out into 4 chunks, 4 quadrants, right? So the first 2.5 seconds, so from 0 to 2.5 seconds, I do something. For 2.5 to 5 seconds, I do something. From 5 seconds to 7.5 seconds, I do something. And then from 7.5 to 10 seconds, I do something different, right? It'd be cool if maybe our timer could just like partition those out for you automatically. And then like maybe there's an extra, you know, option you pass in there. And then you can say like, I'm trying to think like how you might want to do that. Yeah, there's a bunch of different things we could do. I feel like that's a little overkill for anything we need right now. But that might be kind of a cool thing to have. Maybe you'd end up having like distinct on ticks for all of those cases. I don't know. That sounds kind of dumb. Yeah. Anyway, that's not really relevant to what I don't think that makes sense at all to do right now. I need to actually spend some like decent time thinking about something like that before just doing it. So, yeah. Let's do, I don't know what we want to do. You know what? This honestly might just be plenty fine. No, we should make it at least like dynamic, maybe. Because maybe we want to make it 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Maybe you just want to, I don't know. Something like that. So for 1, we don't need to calculate 1/3 every frame. Yeah. Okay. So I'm starting to think maybe these are things that would get moved to like a constants file. So we would have like just some quick or maybe like these could get calculated once somewhere. Just feels a little silly to calculate 1/3 every frame, when I could pretty much just do like 0.33333, like I could just do this and pretty much get away with the same exact behavior. Oops. Something like that. But it'd be nice to make this all dynamic. So it's kind of like I could change it to 5 if I wanted. Or I could change it to... Speakers are muting themselves. There we go. Oh, there we go. Yeah, I'm trying to think like maybe this timer shouldn't get initialized until... Let's see. Maybe the on tick method we're setting for our timer, maybe that should get set up here in our constructor for the countdown timer. And the reason why I'm thinking of that is because we need to somehow keep track of however many of these we've gone through, 3, 2, 1, right? Like we need to know how many steps we're taking. I guess. Because if everything, like if I leave everything the way this is right now, 3, 2, 1, everything is working fine. Yes. Nice. I really like that. I like our new little marker there. I think it fits. It's just kind of annoying having like a couple of those, but I think it works really well. Yes. Okay. Anyway. Yeah, I'm really trying to rack my brain as to how I want to do this and kind of leave it open for myself to be able to add in that little timer bar later. But maybe the way we've got it is how we want to do it. I mean, I just punched in these constants now. And maybe we just, I mean, it's probably never going to not be 3, 2, 1. You know, and I mean, it's already dynamic in the sense that we can go in, we can change our, wherever that is. Is it countdown timer here? Okay, so we have the duration. We can go in and automatically we could change it to 5 seconds, right? If we wanted. We play. Now it's going to take 5 seconds for that whole timer to go, right? Obviously, that's really long and boring, so 1,500 seconds is like short enough to get you into the action quick, but kind of, you know, not be extremely fast that you can't count. You know, you can't get the rhythm of the game or the rhythm before it starts, right? Like 1 second. One second's not bad. I don't know. I'm going to keep it at 1,500 though. Let me see. If I change it to 0, does stuff crash? I just want to see here. No, yeah, it does work. Then it just goes immediately into the game. Oh, you see the screen flicker for a second. Starting in, it goes for 1 frame. Starting in and then instantly. So, yeah, I'm just trying to think, like, is it worth even messing around with anymore? Because it's kind of like, I should probably tackle a few more important things we've got. And probably just call this good. Because it really doesn't interact with anything else. It's just its own standalone thing. I'm just being perfectionist about it, I guess. I mean, it would be nice to maybe have it be somewhat dynamic so that if I wanted to change it to 5s, I could do it relatively simply. And once again, like, it'd be better if it didn't have to do something every frame, but it's pretty much going to have to do something every frame anyway once I do once I switch to the having like a little box or something that's kind of ticking down and everything. So let's just, I guess, we'll just go back to what we had before here. One thing I want to do. Well, what else do we have on the list? Oh yeah, our time's up screen. I wanted to fix the WebSocket stuff. Yeah, because probably for right now, we can just remove WebSockets for our public build. Like, we don't need WebSockets running. Because we are not going to... We're not going to have the one-on-one competitive aspect of the game yet. Right? So that's going to be probably, you know, the first thing I'm hammering on once we go live with our initial public version of the game. But at least for right now, I think all I really need to do is just comment out our WebSockets code. So that would be in our main.js, I guess, where we import in... Oh no, we import application, and then application imports WebSockets wrapper, and is there something else that we import? What else imports WebSockets wrapper? Let's check that first. I guess we can just check WebSockets wrapper. So we've got that in application. We've got it in... Oh, we've got it in our... Oh, that's the old one. Okay. The old application, the old... Okay. So basically, it's just in the application. So then that's all we need to remove it from. So we remove it from our import, and we remove it from here. And these two. I don't want to get rid of them completely. There we go. Yeah, so now we won't get any WebSockets errors when we change our code or anything. We're not going to get, because it wasn't even really that big of a deal, those errors that we were getting, because it was just basically if the server restarted, because I changed the code, whenever I change any of the files, the source code files, the server restarts, the WebSockets server restarts, right? So now I don't even need to do that anymore. In fact, I can actually kill the WebSockets server that I have, and then everything should still be fine, because now it's just serving the static JavaScript files, and that's all the first version of the game is going to be. So that's fine and dandy. Oh, nice. I saw that and it looked good. All right. Yeah, I'm liking our new little indicator here. That's working well. All right. So, Yeah, so actually I can mark that issue as complete for now. Yeah, so I do want to get to that time's up screen. I do want to have a time's up screen for sure. So let's go to our config here and get rid of that. Ooh, I should probably figure out what I want to do for this. Figure out how I'm going to handle all of that. That's going to be later, but yeah, because this is, you know, getting our URL for the client to connect to the WebSocket server. Right now, it's obviously just set to my IP, my local host IP. And we can get rid of that for now. Yeah, we're not going to need that in. We're not going to need that at all. Yeah, so I guess let's just comment that out. For right now, we're going to have, let's see. So I think what we want for our time, I think what we want for our time's up screen, it's basically something very similar to our countdown timer screen, where we basically just need to have a screen that pops up for a certain amount of time and then, you know, shows a message and then disappears after that time. There'll be like a timer, basically exactly like our countdown timer screen. There won't be like a visible display of. Okay, so to explain this a little more, let's switch our game time to just like 1 second or 2 seconds or something. Oops, that's the old. Okay, here we go. Oops, I didn't want to refresh Trello. Okay. So when I hit play, we got this countdown timer, right? And then once this expires, instead of just instantly snapping to our statistics screen here, it'd be nice to have just like a time's up thing, time's up, and then it's on screen for like a second and then snaps to the stats screen. And the reason why I want that is just because if you don't have time, you know, if you're about to pop a bubble, let's say you're about to pop this bubble, this is the last bubble, and then you hit space, well, you just hit the retry button. So that's kind of bad, annoying, right? So I want to figure out, and I mean, we should be able to do this pretty quickly here. Like to have a screen, basically just like our countdown screen, and then our application here would do, okay, so we have this.countdown timer equals countdown timer.create, And then it passes a callback. And that callback, which basically ends after the timer expires, it creates a new little, or then it runs this code to actually start the game and everything, which is great. So we basically need the same exact thing, some sort of little new times up screen to show. We need like a times up screen to show, and then when the game ends. And then quit to main menu. It's false. Okay. Yeah, so that would run like inside of this if statement here. You'd have times up, and then, oops. If I was on the right keys there, times up. So something just like that, kind of like this, right? So actually, let's go ahead and do that. We'll copy our countdown timer code. So we're gonna just duplicate that file. We're gonna rename it to, what did we say? Times up screen. Just say that, times up screen, we'll call it. Oh. Times up screen. And it's going to have a message. It's not going to have count text. It's going to have a timer. It's not going to have that. Okay, so then this is our create method where we actually create an instance of this. Oh, so let me get rid of that interval dir thing here. Yeah, we don't need that. So let's do, how am I calculating this? Times up screen, times up screen. We are going to do, okay, so we're gonna have message text. We're gonna get rid of count text. We don't have that anymore. Okay. Yeah, get rid of count text. Here we're doing this stuff to center up everything. Let me look at, what does this look like right now? Is this gonna break stuff? No, okay. Yeah, so wherever the starting in line is, starting in, we're gonna have that at the same position for the times up. So this will say, this will be times up. Just do times up exclamation point. Maybe we'll see what we want here. So countdown timer, message text, font ratio. Okay, so this variable needs to be different. So we're gonna have countdown timer. Instead of that, we'll have this dot times up screen equals this, and we're gonna have message text font ratio. We're gonna have the same thing. I'm just gonna do the same exact number as this one for right now. Same 0.073. So that's the ratio of the height of the text to the height of the text to the window side, to the height of the window. So that lets us calculate our size of that text. I should probably do everything in unit sizes now, but whatever. Not going to worry about that right now. Okay, so we're starting at 0, 0. That's fine. Message text of times up. So now this will be times up screen, message text font ratio times canvas wrapper times the height. Yes, style Arial. Beautiful. All right, so then we'll have timer. All right, so this will be config dot, and we'll have duration, which I guess will just be 1 second maybe for right now. So then we go to times up screen, and this will be times up screen dot duration. And okay, this thing can go away. I think everything for this line is fine. We don't do anything with the on tick, and then on elapsed is going to be on elapsed. That comes in as a callback. Brilliant. Count text init, we don't need that. We're not going to have count text. We're not going to have, yep, like that. Awesome. We're basically there. So then we need to do for our this dot times up screen equals null. And this should really be called like countdown timer screen, I think. Times up screen null. And then we're going to have, okay, so for times up, we're going to do this dot times up screen equals times up screen dot create. We're going to pass our callback, which is basically just going to take the stat screen here. Yeah, and then, okay, so marathon null is, yeah, that's fine. That'll just skip down right away and set the marathon to null. Right? No, oh, wait, no. That's bad. This has to be here. And then this has to be here. Yes, okay. All right. And then what else we need to do? Okay, we need to destruct the screen. It's times up screen. This dot times up screen dot destruct. This dot times up times up screen equals null. Brilliant. Yeah, we're not doing anything with the menu. Yeah. Awesome. I think this is what we want. So now we should have, assuming everything worked here, we should have a times up. Times up. Sweet. Okay, we just need to properly make sure that's destructing there. Times up screen dot destruct. Wow. Okay. Why didn't that? Oh, okay. This needs, that's weird. This needs to be new times up screen. And then, okay. Okay, let's see what happens here. Time's gonna end. Time's up. Okay, nice. Yeah, there might have been some errors in the console, but we just didn't see them before that first time. Time's going. Boom. Time's up. Okay, you got it for a second there. All right, so I don't think that should be any issue. So as I'm like playing, time's up for a second, and then eventually what I plan to have is like nice like animation transitions from all these items on screens and everything, and stuff will kind of slide around and just look really nice. So obviously that's something that would be nice to have instead of just things like instantly snapping around. But we'll get to that at some point here. Cool. One thing I'd like to do is actually round this time down perfectly. Just so that it doesn't, because that just looks a little janky when that comes out. I keep using the word janky now. For everything. Yeah, that looks pretty good, I think. Maybe the font could be like just a little bigger. Time's up. Instead of 0.73, maybe we go 0.7, 0.08 maybe. Play, starting in 3, 2, 1. Did I refresh? That didn't look any different. Starting in. Yeah, that's a little better. It's just like slightly bigger. Maybe 0.085. Make it just a little more. Time's up. Yeah. Another thing I kind of thought about maybe wanting to have was like maybe have like the word stats up here. Like just making it obvious that these are the statistics of the game. All right, I'm thinking about too many things here. Oh, one thing we need to do. Right now, there's play and practice, but those are literally both the same thing. Because once we get to our competitive mode, play is going to be the competitive online play, right? And practice is going to be like the game mode we have right now. So whether you hit play or practice, it does the same exact thing, right? Time's up. You know what? I don't really like it at the 0.85. I'm going to do the same exact thing there. I feel like that looks better. So, time's up. Boom. Stats. Right? If it said like stats here, that's kind of what I was thinking. Just to make it like clear. Like statistics, stats. think that would be nice to have. And like all this stuff would kind of bump down a little bit. Anyway, so the main menu here has the two buttons right now, play and practice, but there aren't two different games. There's no distinction between play and practice currently. So for my first version, my first public version, practice is going to be the only thing available. But we're just going to get rid of the practice button. And then, yeah, just get rid of the practice button and then make just this single play button just be the only thing you can do. So you play, and then that's you're jumping right in online. We're jumping right into just our single player practice mode. Because yeah, once there's a competitive mode, this button is going to mean play against one-on-one against someone else, race someone else, or this button here is going to mean what we're doing right now, just the single player practice, right? So time's up. Yeah, so I'm liking our time's up screen. I want to play a little bit with that. So let's make our games like 5 seconds long, just so I can have like a little more to test with. Before we do that, I'm gonna add a couple more things to the Trello. Okay, so we did our time's up screen. That's whoops. Got it over here. So we've got our time's up screen. All right, we're gonna do a card for what is this for? Fix rounding. So this is gonna be UI. All right, so I just created this stats final tweaks card here. So we are going to fix that timer rounding issue, and we're going to add the little stats title, right? All right, so the timing issue is a little annoying. Like sometimes it'll be just off a hair, right? It'll be like if like the frame goes too long, there it's being perfectly 2. Now I made it 5 seconds, I think. So when we refresh, we're at 5 seconds now. Yeah, and here now it's not doing that thing, but If I play, what was it going to do anything different here? There, it's at 5.08. Wait a minute. There, it's at 5.08. That's weird. Why is it, if I don't touch anything, it's like a solid 5 seconds. But if I pop one bubble, okay, solid 5 there. Maybe it's just purely random. Now it's doing 5.008. Well, 0.008 is 1 frame extra, so it's like as if it goes over one by like 1 whole frame almost, which is kind of 8, or in my case, I'm 8.3333 milliseconds per frame. So this would make sense, like if we went 1 frame over. But anyway, I don't want this because it just looks kind of weird. Like, oh, I thought it was 5 seconds. Why is it 5.008? So it'd be nice to add in a little check for that. Factual weirdo. What's Bracken B? Not a whole lot. What's going on with you? We're just making crappy games here. And I'm trying to figure out why sometimes this 5 is supposed to be just a solid 5, but it's becoming 5.008. I mean, I know why it's happening, but it just seems kind of... I think it's just going to be a simple, we need to do our rounding. Yeah, welcome to the chat, Factual Weirdo. Thanks for hanging out. Appreciate it. I like those guitars in the back there. Thank you. Thank you. Those are all Ibanez guitars back there. I mean, I'm not necessarily an Ibanez fanboy, so to say, but it just so happens that all of those ones are Ibanez electrics. And the bass. The bass is Ibanez too, even. So do you play in a band, perhaps? Once upon a time ago, I did. Nowadays, I just kind of play and write my own music and record and everything at home. So, yeah, mostly just writing my own music. It's about all I do. At some point, we'll be writing music for the game. It's a little ways off, but we'll get there eventually. We're well on track. What about you, Factual Weirdo? You play instruments in a band, etc.? All right. Okay, so let's see if we can figure out this rounding thing here. In fact, I think we're rounding to the nearest hundredth. Or thousandth, I mean. Obviously, because it always goes to 5.008. So we just want to round to the nearest whole number. So that's more or less the problem, because we're rounding to the nearest hundredth. So if we're at 0.00, more often than not, it's going to be 5.0004. In fact, let's remove our rounding to the nearest hundredth just to look at this number a little more closely. All right, so Factual Weirdo. I used to play the guitar, my guy, but I have been slacking for the past few years trying to get back into it, Yeah, no, I got you. Yeah, it's hard to keep up with it sometimes. I definitely don't play as much as I'd like to right now. Definitely not. All right, stat screen. That's what we want. Right? No, I guess not the stat screen. Oh, stat. Stat what we want? No. Is there something else? Stat screen? Oh, stat screen creator. Yeah, that's right. Okay. So here's where we do our rounding and everything. So for total time, let's just not round it for right now, because we're rounding it to the nearest. Wait a minute. That's funky there. Oh, total time comes in as milliseconds. Yeah, total time comes in as milliseconds. So then we round it to the nearest millisecond, then divide by 1,000. Right. That's which is good. But here I'll just divide by 1,000 without the rounding, right? So now we're gonna just be converting to pure seconds, and it's gonna be some big ridiculous number. In fact, I don't know how the formatting is gonna look like this. It's gonna be all busted. Yeah. So then we're getting about that 8.3 number there, which is 8.3 something milliseconds is about it, our frame times, more or less, right? So this is kind of worst case scenario. Yeah, it's like we're going just a frame over our timer, right? I guess. Maybe. So yeah, and then it's, this is the break right here, and then the 0.0799 is our number. So let's look at so then here's one where the time is way less, right? So it's, but how come if we play, yeah, that just seems weird that we end up hitting, because do we ever not hit? If I play here, that's very weird. That's very weird that if I don't play, we don't get our 8 milliseconds. We don't get 8 milliseconds in here. But if we do play, then this shows up as 8. That's really weird. And is it just like the mouse cursor moving? No, that has nothing to do with it. Now it's like something to do with popping bubbles. Okay, let's try like this. No. Yeah, it's clearly like something when we pop bubbles, our time goes up by like a frame somehow. That's really weird. Let's just pop 1. No. Let's pop 2. No. 3. No. 4. Okay. It's something with that checkpoint that's like, maybe we're skipping a frame or something. This is interesting. This is interesting what we're seeing here. So like if we do that, we're just fine. But it's like our whole, we go all the way up. Yeah. Okay, let's try popping two checkpoints worth. I'm not going to be able to. All right, let's do 10 seconds then. All right, we're on an interesting little thing here. I'm wondering if maybe we're having like a performance spike or something that's causing us to hit that extra frame or something. Okay, so we did a bunch of checkpoints there. Yeah, look at that. What in the world? $16. So it's like we're losing a frame. Well, no, how many checkpoints did we go with there? We did, okay, we did 1, 2, 3. Okay. We're definitely like losing a frame somewhere. Okay, it didn't happen there. All right, let's go to 15 seconds and give myself, okay, let's go to 15 seconds. That'll give me plenty of time to go through a few checkpoints here. All right, so yeah, if I don't make mistakes. All right, I don't know how many checkpoints we did there, but okay. So we did 15 seconds and only 1 frame extra there. 30 pops, 15 seconds. All right, hang on. I'll be back in just 1 second here. Quick, tiny little break. Don't go anywhere. All right, and we're back. Okay, so we got an interesting little issue here. It's like very clear that we're like missing a frame or something, or 2 frames. Like we're something's happening where yeah, like we skipped a frame here. just one frame there. 0.8 or 8.48 whatever milliseconds is about one frame, 120 hertz frame. So let's try, let me just let this 15-second timer run without me doing anything. Just see if it, because as far, I mean, technically that's within error. Like you're always going to potentially hit, but I saw one that was 2 frames ahead, and that was the only thing that could cause that is if you were like, if we really like skipped frames or something during the game. We really had like an animation frame that, or a whole frame that took too long. But I mean, playing the game, I don't feel any stutters. You know what this calls for? Like a little frame rate counter or something. Or a little frame timer, timing thing or something. Here's what I'm going to do. Actually, here's what we'll do. Let's go back down to 5 seconds. Let's play. Yeah, so there's a whole extra frame. So what we're going to do, but that doesn't make sense that would be, it doesn't really make sense why that would, even if you skipped a frame, what would happen is the timer is just keeping track of as soon as you go over 15 seconds or 5 seconds, then the timer expires. So, man. Let's print our frame times into the console and see what happens. All right, so speaking of, man, we've been going on all sorts of rabbit trails today, but this one is pretty interesting. Okay, so how can we put, where is our update sizes and positions? Oh, yeah. Okay, so resize. Oh, render, that's what it's called. Okay, so we're going to CLG this dot last frame time. Yeah, and that should be fine to do. Okay, so let's just go into it real quick here. Okay. All right. Okay, I didn't think that through too well. All right, how are we gonna? I just want to see if I like skip any frames. 8 point. Let's do like a conditional thing, like console.log. If this dot last frame time is greater than 8 point, what's the numbers we're getting? 8.3 ish, around there. Let's say maybe like 8.4. Yeah, let's say 8.4. It's greater than 8.4, then do the console log. Okay, so we, for whatever reason, That's kind of weird. I don't know why that. Okay, we had a couple that were 8.4. 8.4. Okay, that's not our problem at all then. We are definitely not. Like, I just have a feeling we're not even, like, getting close. And I feel like that 8.4 is, like, even in error, kind of. So, I mean, on my computer, I should be no reason why at this point, you know, there's just not a lot of things going on that I would really be hitting my frame rate, having frame rate issues at all. Okay, so we haven't even had any 8.4s in a long time now. Yeah, like nothing. Like all of those, nothing's causing any issues. Spawning a bunch of other objects, whatever. Okay, we had a couple there. So there might have been a little slight performance thing. But even then, it's still just going like barely to 8.4. And our timer is still having those issues. Our timer, there we go. So our timer is still having those issues, even without any new like additional, like longer frames happening. So we really are hitting something weird with that. So I do want to kind of get to the bottom of that. Like I want to just fix the rounding thing too, but all right. So I don't care about printing frame time anymore. Let's see what we got here. So stats screen creator, total time. Let's look at this number, because that's a calculation of the end time minus the start time. So there's not really any, and we're setting end time in, okay, I should close a bunch of this stuff out. We don't need that, we don't need that, we don't need that. We don't need this. Okay. So I think we're setting our end time right here. So stats.end time is canvas wrapper.runtime. Okay. Oh boy. All right, so yeah, we're just grabbing. Now wait a minute. Is this right here? Canvas wrapper.runtime. Oh yes, because we're taking the canvas wrapper.runtime as our start time. So that's just, the runtime is just how long our game's been going, or how long the browser's been up, right? And we grab that at the start time, and then we grab that at the end time as well. So maybe, yeah. So when we set our constructor, we do stats.starttimes, canvas wrapper.runtime, and then we're just doing the difference, right? We're doing one minus the other. End time minus start time. But it still is weird that there's like an extra like frame squeezed in there somehow. and it's weird that it like happens when I pop bubbles, you know? Like that's the weird thing. Oh, there. See, that's kind of the issue I was talking about before about when you like minimize the window or something and then come back to it. Yeah, it prints these like huge. You end up with these huge frame time numbers now because it like pauses. There we had one that was 8.4, another 8.4. So 5 point. Okay, let me try something where we minimize the console, refresh everything. Same thing. Same thing. Retry. Just let it sit. Yeah, that's weird. That is weird. All right. Well, I'm going to maybe have to investigate this further. But for right now, it's really not that big of a deal. Yeah, for right now, it's just really not that big of a deal. So we'll just switch over to doing, I guess we're going to divide by 1,000 and then round that. So that way we'll always get, yeah. So this way we'll always just get our solid number, right? Time's up, total time 5 seconds, pops per second, etc. Time's up, 5. Total time 5 seconds, I want to say. I want to say 5 seconds. Does that look weird if we do it like that? Yeah, that looks dumb. How do I show seconds? Yeah. Look at that. See? That's... Oh, wait a minute. We're going to have to... Wife's got danger zone cranked. I don't know if you can hear that. It's probably just background noise at this point, but... All right. Well, we've been going for 6 hours, 45 minutes almost. 6 hours, 40 minutes about. Yeah, I think I'm going to shut the stream down for right now. So we got some good stuff. We got some good stuff done. We're getting very close to having our version 1.0 of our well, not 1.0. It's going to be version 0.01 or whatever. Might be version 1. I don't know. We'll maybe do version 1.0. But yeah, things are looking pretty good. We're on track for having our first public test version pretty quick. I'm just fixing some tiny little dumb formatting kind of things with the stats right now. And I kind of don't want to finish it right now. I kind of want to end the stream, get something to eat because I'm hungry. And I might kind of tweak some of this stuff tonight. But yeah, tomorrow's stream, I'm trying to figure out what we're going to do tomorrow because I'm going to start working on doing server stuff, server deployment stuff, and figuring that sort of thing out. And I need to think about that stuff a little more. And I don't really want to do that stuff on stream. Because I don't know, it's not going to be a super exciting stream anyway. I'd rather just be like working on the game while I'm on stream, you know, and not like looking at server stuff and whatever. That's kind of boring. And yeah, I mean, at some point I might, you know, kind of document my deployment process and setup and everything for that, but it's really not going to be anything very exciting at all. I'm not working on the game in that sense. I'm just trying to get a server running and get this up so people can go play it, right? So yeah, we're getting very close. We're just kind of doing the stat screen final tweaks, and I think, I mean, tomorrow I might look at some other kinds of issues and then maybe do like a shorter stream tomorrow, just kind of finish up the very final stuff. Like I might go through all my to-dos here and just see if stuff's worth fixing right now. Because a lot of these to-dos are like things that aren't really that big of a deal. It's a lot more like cleanup-y kind of stuff. So I might go through that just to kind of have a nice clean nice clean code and everything. But otherwise, besides just kind of cleaning some stuff up and obviously getting the code up on a server, getting everything ready, I mean, we're pretty much almost ready to go live. And as soon as I do that, then we're probably going to start working on, I mean, I'll probably be taking feedback from people, you know, Twitch. On Twitch, I'll probably have the little stream title be like, play my game or something, and try to get more, you know, maybe people browsing Twitch see play my game, and they might be a little more interested in watching a dev stream of the, you know, where you can actually play the dev's game. So, you know, it might be kind of fielding some feedback from people on stream, you know, after we have the first release. So, and probably like fixing little issues, whatever. But yeah, otherwise I would probably really start diving into the actual competitive gameplay, the one-on-one kind of stuff. And there's going to be a lot of testing and everything to be done with that and all sorts of things, because that's going to be kind of complicated with this kind of game. Online is going to be kind of complicated because online play is going to be kind of complicated because I'm going to be sending like every mouse position update to the server, and there might be some performance things and whatnot and bandwidth things that are just kind of, I don't know. I'll really have to look at those numbers and everything and see what happens. I mean, performance-wise, it's not a big deal, but I think it's more of a bandwidth question. You know, if I get a bunch of people playing and they're sending their mouse position to the server 60 times a second, I don't know. We'll have to see. We'll have to see how we're going to be handling that. So, that anyway, that's for later. But otherwise, for now, we're getting very close to having our public release. I just need to do a little more research and figure out exactly what I'm going to do. And yeah, and then we'll be rolling. But otherwise, for now, I think I'm signing off. I'm going to get some food. I'm pretty hungry. Didn't really eat lunch. And it's already coming up on summertime for me. So anyway, thanks everyone for watching and hanging out. I really appreciate it. We'll see you tomorrow. Tomorrow's stream, we got same time, same place, 10 a.m. Central Daylight Time. And again, I usually stream Mondays. Well, I consistently stream Mondays and Tuesday mornings, my mornings, 10 a.m. Central Daylight Time for, 5, 6, 7 hours. And usually I try to get maybe a Saturday stream in there from time to time. I might start doing some streams on like Thursday nights now. Probably not this week. I'll probably be using that time on Thursday to get server stuff and everything ready. But yeah, I think we're getting pretty close to our first public release here. So I'm signing off for now. Thanks everybody for watching. I always appreciate it. Appreciate everybody hanging out in the chat, whatever, the follows, everything. I love it. So we'll see you guys tomorrow. Same time, same place. Ta-ta for now.